Chapter 222. Yunsheng supported Yi Baiming. Yunsheng was petite while Yi Baiming was tall and handsome. In the afterglow of the setting sun, they appeared lofty yet harmonious. Yunsheng also didn't expect that she would impulsively reunite with Yunba. She had always thought that the word impulsive did not apply to her. Feeling the burning gaze above her head, Yunsheng's ears suddenly turned red. She pushed Yi Baiming away. This damned fox. Did he not have the slightest concept of propriety between men and women? He was like this when they were in Banana Leaf Village, and he was still like this even after reuniting after such a long time. Unexpectedly, just as Yunsheng was about to push Yi Baiming away, she heard him cry out. "It hurts." Yi Baiming cried out, seeming to be in pain. "Did you pull on your wound?" Yunsheng frowned. Yunba's tiger of fighting aura just now was very powerful. In order to save her, Yi Baiming was caught off guard and used his flesh and blood to block that attack. He was injured because of her. The two of them were still standing on the street, so it wasn't appropriate for her to check Yi Baiming's wound. After thinking about it, she could only support Yi Baiming and return to the martial arts center first. After returning to the martial arts center's medicinal hall, Yunsheng took off Yi Baiming's clothes. Sure enough, there was a hideous wound on his back that was so deep that bone could be seen. It stretched across his entire back. Originally, with Yi Baiming's physique, a single wound wouldn't cause much harm to him. However, Yunsheng saw many old wounds underneath that wound. With the addition of new wounds and old wounds, the situation wasn't so optimistic. "Who told you to jump out and save me without even saying anything? Do you think you're Lei Feng?" Yunsheng wasn't in a good mood. She didn't like to owe people favors. Now that Yi Baiming had saved her, how was she supposed to repay him? What is a ***? Yi Baiming glanced at Yunsheng from the corner of his eyes. When he narrowed his eyes, he looked like a lazy leopard. He raised his thick eyebrows and said, "You're a woman. You won't look good if you have a scar." His voice was deep and magnetic. Yunsheng's heart skipped a beat when she heard his words. "It's my business whether I look good or not. Even if it's my business, it's only my business. In any case, I'll be the only one watching in the future." Yi Baiming's almost unreasonable words sounded very ambiguous when they came out of his mouth. Because of Yi Baiming's words, the temperature in the narrow pharmacy suddenly rose by a few degrees. It wasn't the first time that Yunsheng had seen Yi Baiming take off his clothes. But compared to 2 years ago, Yi Baiming had completely grown into a man. His bronze skin had a metallic luster, his strong and firm muscles, and the new and old scars on his body all showed that he was no longer the reclusive youth from Jiaoya village. "What nonsense are you talking about? Turn around. I want to see your wounds." Yunsheng only felt upset. Yi Baiming obediently turned around. Only Yunsheng could make the dignified Lord Baiming as docile as a little lamb. "Why won't you acknowledge me?" When they were in the restaurant, even though Yunsheng had only explained what had happened in the past 2 years in a few words, Yi Baiming could not help but feel heartache when he read between the lines. In the past 2 years, how did she, as a child, deal with the blow of her father being seriously ill and being kicked out of the Marshal St. General's residence? Although he already knew that the little wild cat was very strong-willed when he was in Jiaoya village. But she was just a child after all. Who knew that you were also in Yujing? What's more, you and I are neither relatives nor friends. Yunsheng curled her lips. "I once said that as long as you heal my eyes, I will be your retainer." Yi Baiming suddenly turned around and grabbed Yunsheng's hand that was applying medicine. His suddenly accelerated heartbeat passed through his skin to the deepest part of Yunsheng's heart. "Retainer? Is this kid joking?" If Yunsheng remembered correctly, retainers came from the Penglai state. In order to let the summoners grow better, every summoner would have a retainer. They were either powerful warriors or powerful magicians. They would protect the summoner for the rest of their lives. Yi Baiming said that he wanted to be her retainer. If he was still the young man in the Dharma temple, it would be feasible. But his identity was the dignified Lord Baiming of Zhou State. You want to be my retainer? Did the Emperor of Zhou State agree? Don't forget that I am not the daughter of the Yun family. I am just an ordinary magician. Yunsheng mocked herself. She had been in the Wuji land for several years and had some understanding of the Wuji land. Compared to the modern world, the Wuji land had a strong sense of hierarchy and class. When men and women married, they paid attention to matching social status, not to mention the royal family of Zhou State who had a noble bloodline. Today, she broke with Yun Ba, which meant that she had completely severed her relationship with the Yun family. Yi Baiming wanting to be her retainer was a joke in her eyes. It has nothing to do with the Emperor of Zhou State. Yi Baiming was very dissatisfied with Yunsheng's reaction. He, the Lord Baiming, had been very popular in Zhou State ever since he regained his sight. He was willing to lower himself and be this woman's retainer. But her reaction just now was as disgusting as if she had eaten a fly. I don't agree. I have Xiaohei and Bo. I don't need anyone's protection. Besides, you've saved me once today, so we're even now. Yunsheng was already a scepter summoner. She had already unlocked 3 mystic veins, and she even had the summoning demon hand. She could summon a domain-level ant king that could destroy an entire city at any time. She didn't need any retainer. Little wild cat, the more you want to distance yourself from this prince, the more you can't. I want to be your retainer. Besides fulfilling my promise, there is another reason. It is because we must be together. Yi Baiming saw Yunsheng's disdainful expression. He was angry, but he couldn't help but want to tease her. What do you mean? Yunsheng put some distance between Yi Baiming and her vigilance. She was too close to this guy. The strong masculine scent on his body made her feel that her breathing and heartbeat were abnormal. In her previous life, Lu Minglang had brought her too much pain. In this life, she didn't want to experience that pain again. As a prince, Yi Baiming would definitely be second only to one person. With his outstanding appearance and outstanding talent, he would definitely attract countless women. Yunsheng wasn't willing. She didn't want to become one of his countless women. Because you stole my soul. And my heart. Yi Baiming curled his lips seductively, revealing a thought-provoking smile. He suddenly stretched out his long arm and pulled Yunsheng into his embrace. She was different from the skinny little girl from before. The current Yunsheng was different from before. Because of the jade marrow technique and the increase in her magic cultivation, her height and figure were completely different from before. Yi Baiming immediately fell in love with this feeling when he held her in his arms. A wave of magic elements quickly seeped into Yunsheng's body. Yunsheng felt that her soul seemed to have been summoned by something and quickly became active. Ding! A sound was heard. It was like the sound of nature. The entire medicine hall was filled with a colorful light. Within the light, Yunsheng's soul and Yi Baiming's soul appeared at the same time. Chapter 223. At this moment, if someone were to barge into the medicine hall, they would definitely be shocked by the magical scene before them. Fortunately, when Yunsheng returned, she had already warned the people in the medicine hall not to enter without permission. The current position of the two was extremely ambiguous. Yi Baiming's clothes were half removed, and his arms were tightly wrapped around Yunsheng's slender waist like iron bars. The 5-colored Dharma soul was like a rainbow, reflecting each other's splendor in the medicine hall. The Dharma soul in Yunsheng's body was originally obtained from Yi Baiming. Yi Baiming's Dharma soul was the mother, and Yunxing's Dharma soul was the sun. If Yunxing didn't use her magic, especially her dark Dharma soul, Yi Baiming wouldn't be able to recognize Yunxing immediately. However, just now in the restaurant, Yunxing had activated the dark thorns and used her dark Dharma soul to break through Yunba's second attack. Yi Baiming had immediately discovered Yunxing. In the entire world, only Yunxing's Dharma soul could guide Yi Baiming's Dharma soul. After not seeing each other for 2 years, Yunxing and Yi Baiming's 5-color Dharma souls had improved to a certain extent. Yunxing originally thought that with her hard work in cultivation and various fortuitous encounters, she would definitely be able to catch up to Yi Baiming's cultivation. However, now that she compared herself to him, she finally understood what it meant to be infuriated. Yi Baiming's 5-color Dharma soul was twice as big as her Dharma soul. At first glance, the 2 Dharma souls were as tall as the 2 of them. This was too unreasonable. Wasn't this kid a martial artist? She was a magician. Who would have thought that an amateur could improve faster than a professional? The most infuriating thing was that once Yunxing's Dharma soul saw Yi Baiming's Dharma soul, it seemed to have found its home and kept circling around Yi Baiming's Dharma soul. However, this wasn't the only thing that surprised Yunxing. After the 2 Dharma souls gathered together, their Dharma souls actually became a little bigger in an instant. What's going on? Yunxing was puzzled. Have you heard of dual cultivation? Yunxing's body was soft and fragrant. Yi Baiming couldn't help but have the urge to knead her into his bones. Dual cultivation. I've only heard of dual cultivation of magic and martial arts. Among the people that Yunxing knew, Feng Kuo was a dual cultivator of magic and martial arts. Yi Baiming was also a dual cultivator of magic and martial arts. However, Yi Baiming's cultivation speed was much faster than Feng Kuo's. Dual cultivation of magic and martial arts is for magicians who have multi-elemental Dharma souls. Due to their attributes, multi-elemental magicians don't have an innate advantage in terms of cultivation. Yi Baiming knocked on Yunxing's head. It seemed that the magic classes in the Royal Magic Academy weren't very good. The little wildcat actually didn't even know about dual cultivation of magic and martial arts, which was so important for multi-elemental magicians. Multi-elemental magicians were more talented than the average magician. They were outstanding in terms of learning and comprehending multi-elemental magic. However, after Yunxing joined the Royal Magic Academy, due to the needs of her Dharma soul, she also read a large number of ancient books and discovered a shocking fact. In the continent, in the past 200 years, the truly top-notch magicians, including the current Dharma Emperor, were all single-elemental or dual-elemental magicians. The specific reason for this was because of their Dharma souls. The more Dharma souls one had, the better the effect of absorbing the magical elements in the world. But correspondingly, multi-elemental magicians had to face another problem. That was the problem of how to allocate their time and energy. There was a limit to human resources. The more a magician learned, the more magical energy he would need to expend, and the more he would need to focus on a particular type of magic. This was especially true after comprehending mid-level magic and cultivating high-level magic and even more profound magic. This weakness would become even more prominent. Therefore, many magicians, even if they had multi-elemental Dharma souls, would give up on many types of magic when they learned high-level magic and focus on cultivating one type of magic. Take Yunxing for example. Her mastery of fire, earth, and darkness was stronger than her mastery of magic in other areas. However, if 2 magicians were to engage in dual cultivation of magic and martial arts, they would be able to avoid this problem. Take you and me as an example. You and I both have 5 elemental Dharma souls. If we release our Dharma souls at the same time during our daily cultivation, we would be able to form a magical resonance in terms of our understanding of magic. This is the case with the 5-color Dharma soul that you saw just now. Yi Baiming believed that with Yunxing's strong temper, she would definitely not reject dual cultivation of magic and martial arts that would speed up the progress of her magic. If the two of them cultivated together and caused their Dharma souls to resonate, they would be able to speed up their magic cultivation. Yunxing was skeptical, but after looking at the situation of their Dharma souls, she became more convinced. Not only can the Dharma souls speed up cultivation, there is another benefit to dual cultivation of magic and martial arts. It can help the two magicians to better comprehend magic. If the two magicians have no grudges, they can even comprehend dual cultivation magic that only the two of them can use. Yi Baiming knew that Yunxing was already walking into his trap step by step. Do we really just need to cultivate together? Yunxing was almost convinced by Yi Futian's words. Of course, if you want to progress faster, there is another method other than Dharma soul cultivation that is more effective than Dharma soul cultivation. Yi Baiming took advantage of the fact that Yunxing was listening attentively and simply half-hugged Yunxing and shifted her onto his strong thighs. Yunxing didn't notice that she was already sitting on Yi Baiming's thighs. The two of them looked like a pair of lovers who were passionately in love and whispering in each other's ears. Then what is the most effective method? Yunxing hoped that she could make a breakthrough in her strength after being lectured by Yunba. Due to her identity as a doctor, she had less time to cultivate magic than the average person. If there was a more effective method of cultivation, she would definitely give it a try. You really want to try it? Yi Baiming's gaze was a little mischievous as he scanned her body. Finally, his gaze landed on Yunxing's chest that had yet to fully develop. Little wild kitten, she was only 8 years old this year. Why couldn't she grow big? Yi Baiming was a little depressed. Due to the environment in the boundless land, men and women matured early. Usually, men were 14 or 15 years old, and women could get married at 13 or 14 years old. However, no matter how one looked at it, Yunxing was still a long way from the age where she could get married. Yunxing hadn't noticed Yi Baiming's gaze and was a little puzzled. What exactly is the method? You may not know, but on this continent, most of the multi-elemental magicians are husband and wife. Apart from the closeness of their Dharma souls, as long as they are husband and wife and see each other honestly, the effect of absorbing each other's magic power will be greatly increased. Yi Baiming couldn't help but tighten his grip on Yunxing's hand. Although little wild kitten had grown a lot compared to 2 years ago, some parts of her body were still too small. Become husband and wife and see each other honestly. Yunxing was still a little confused. Suddenly, she noticed Yi Baiming's gaze. When she looked down, she realized that she was actually sitting intimately on Yi Baiming's lap. You! Yunxing was angry. She raised her hand and pushed Yi Baiming's chest, breaking free from his embrace. Yi Baiming was in pain, but when he saw Yunxing's cheeks puffed up in anger and embarrassment, he laughed heartily. Ahem, ahem. Right at this moment, an awkward cough was heard. Yun Songlong stood outside the door. He obviously didn't expect to see such a scene. His newly acknowledged niece and Lord Baiming, whose shirt was completely removed, this scene didn't seem right no matter how he looked at it. Chapter 224. That damned Yi Baiming. Now he wouldn't be able to clear his name even if he jumped into the Yellow River. When Yunxing saw Yun Songlong, she understood that he must have come because of her background. Although she hated Yunba, she didn't have any prejudice against second uncle Yun Songlong. Uncle. Uncle Yun, Yunxing threw a bottle of hemostatic medicine and clothes to Yi Baiming and said unhappily, "Treat your wounds yourself. It's getting late, go back to your own place." Yi Baiming nodded at Yun Songlong, then left with a serious expression. When Yi Baiming returned to his residence, Bu Jiuxiao and Qingbai had already been waiting for a long time. Qingbai's eyes were sharp, and he immediately saw that under Yi Baiming's sexy ribs, there were a few red marks that looked like a woman's claws. Combined with the scene of Yi Baiming and Yunxing leaving together, Cheng Bai immediately became interested and smiled mischievously. "You're finally back. Hurry up and confess. How did you meet that little godly doctor? I say, you brat, aren't you a little too fast? You've only known each other for a few days, and you're already hugging and scratching her. The situation is very intense." Cheng Bai's words were very explicit, and even Yi Baiming felt very awkward when he heard them. Bu Jiuxiao appeared much calmer. "Cheng Bai, don't make a fuss. Let Bei Ming explain. From the looks of it, it doesn't look like they just met." This was also the most strange thing about Bu Jiuxiao. Last time, when Yi Baiming saw Yunxing, he was still indifferent. But this time, especially when the Yun family's girl was almost injured, Yi Baiming obviously couldn't sit still. He ignored the danger of exposing his true strength and forcibly took on Yunba's attack. The Yun family's girl was very important to him. Yi Baiming had grown up with them. When he was imprisoned in the cold palace, the only woman he knew, other than those in the palace, was Chen Lian. I met her 2 years ago. She cured my eyes. Yi Baiming recalled the scene when the two first met, as well as the short but very warm days they spent in Jiaoye village. Yi Baiming's voice could not help but soften, and his eyes were filled with a rare gentleness. Cheng Bai and the others had known Yi Baiming for so many years, but this was the first time they had seen their good friend reveal such an expression. They immediately understood that Yi Baiming liked the girl from the Yun family. And from the looks of it, he seemed to like it very much. But her identity? If she returns to her family, maybe you can ask the Emperor of Zhou State to grant you a marriage. You two can be considered a match. But that girl is stubborn. You saw how she broke off relations with Yunba today. If she doesn't acknowledge Yunba, she will be a commoner. The imperial family cannot marry commoners. Cheng Bai was more concerned about the issue of matching social status. Perhaps in other people's eyes, Yi Baiming was only a dethroned crown prince. But Cheng and Bu knew very well that Yi Baiming would not just be an ordinary prince. Especially when the crown prince of Zhou State was still a good-for-nothing. Yi Baiming's rise was only a matter of time. Whether she is a commoner or a direct descendant of the Yun family, I only know that she is the one I have set my mind on. But it is still too early to talk about marriage. This year, she is only 8 years old. How could a woman who had half of his soul be a mere commoner? Yi Baiming's confidence in Yunxing was self-evident from his words. At this time, in the medicine hall, Yunxing still did not know that she had been targeted by a certain fox. She invited Yun Songlong to sit down and poured him some tea. Both uncle and niece were silent. "You are really my eldest brother's daughter. You said your name is Yunxing." Yun Songlong was excited as he carefully examined Yunxing. "Second uncle. I should actually call you second uncle. Father often mentions you." Yunxing nodded. "Then where is your father now? Why didn't he return to the Yun residence?" "Don't blame your grandfather. He is just stubborn. After he chased your father away, he did not leave his room for 3 days and did not eat or drink. Your father's courtyard has always been the same as it was back then." Yun Songlong also knew that Yunxing had a deep misunderstanding of the Yun residence. "Second uncle, I don't blame anyone. Father left the Yun residence to protect mother. He never thought of returning to the Yun residence. It was because of me that he returned to the Jade capital. Father is currently unconscious." Yunxing's voice softened when she mentioned her father, Yun Songhai. She told Yun Songlong about the strange poison in Yun Songhai's body. Yun Songlong was extremely agitated when he found out that his beloved elder brother had become like this. "What poison is it? Have you found someone to take a look at him? I know the great physician of the Medicine Emperor Pavilion. Why don't we bring him to take a look?" After Yun Songlong spoke, he realized that he had said something wrong. He forgot that his niece was a godly doctor with medical skills. Furthermore, she was proficient in demonic medicine and ancient medical skills. She could even cure his PTSD. For a strange poison that even she was helpless against, even a great physician would not be able to cure it. This is something that Xing does not understand. When father was living in Banana Leaf Village, he was already poisoned. This proves that the poison was brought back from outside. Second uncle, do you know what kind of enemies father has? If we can find the person who poisoned him, it will be much easier to treat him. Yunxing did not want her father to remain unconscious. Your father is a forthright and righteous person. He doesn't have many enemies. On the other hand, your mother. Yunsheng, don't blame me for smearing your mother's name. Although I don't know why your grandfather insisted on rejecting the marriage between your father and your mother, I vaguely know that your mother seems to have killed an important person from the Zhao state. When Yun Songhai and Yun Ba fell out, Yun Songlong was not in the Jade capital. When he found out that his elder brother had left home, he immediately rushed back without stopping. However, his elder brother had already left. He had asked Yun Sangxue about it, but Yun Sangxue was not willing to talk about it. Mother actually killed an important person from the Zhao state. What kind of important person was he? Could he be one of the top few people in the Zhao state? Yunxing did not know anything about her mother, Hu Jiuxing. However, from the situation of the puffed egg and the fact that she had defeated her father, she was probably more powerful than her father, Yun Songhai. Hearing this, Yunxing finally understood why her grandfather was so against her parents' marriage. The Zhao state was the holy temple of the summoners in the Wuji land. The top summoners of the land gathered there. Due to the scarcity of summoners, the branches of the Zhao state and the Zhao state did not have much power. However, this did not mean that the Zhao state could be underestimated. In fact, in Penglai, the Zhao state was said to be more powerful than the emperor. Some people even said that Penglai was actually controlled by the Zhao state. Yunxing's mother had a mysterious background. She was also a summoner. Since she had killed an important person from the Zhao state, she would be hunted down by the entire Zhao state. The House of Yun was deeply rooted in the Zhao state. However, compared to the unpredictable Zhao state, it was difficult to defend against them. It seemed that the poison in her father's body was related to the Zhao state. Thank you to Feng Qingquang, Empty Lane of Brisk City, Banksia, Yan Xiaoji, Mao Xiaoya, and Qing Dongmei for their tips. Some girls asked why they had to pay for the books. This shouldn't happen. I am already very happy that everyone is supporting the original. Chapter 225. After the uncle and niece talked for a while, it was already time to light the lanterns. Yun Songlong also told Yun Xing about his falling out with the Yun residents. After hearing this news, Yun Xing was moved, but also felt a little guilty towards Yun Songlong. Second uncle, you didn't have to do this. To put it bluntly, the Yun residence's matter is only Xing's personal matter. You are the only child in the family. If you leave like this, I'm afraid that the Yun residence will be even more. Xing, you are both grandchildren of the Yun family, but you and that brat Tang Yu are worlds apart. Actually, I know a little about the filthy things that third sister has done these years. However, due to my serious illness, I was unable to interfere in these matters. Yun Songlong's face was gloomy. He also felt guilty towards Yun Sangxue. Both his father and he were not good at running a business. There was also no mistress in the residence, so Yun Sangxue took care of everything by herself. This resulted in Yun Sangxue's rude and unreasonable personality. When Yun Songlong sent the Oriole back to the Yun army, he realized that the Yun army situation was much worse than he had imagined. He came to find Yunxing not only to ask about his big brother's situation, but also to ask Yunxing to treat the after-effects of his old subordinates. He planned to reorganize the Yun army. Even if he left the Yun residence, he still had to plan for the livelihood and future of the thousands of people in the Yun army. Second uncle, don't worry. I will take care of the soldiers' physical and mental health. Tomorrow morning, I will go with you to the camp. Yunxing patted her chest and promised, however, the condition of your hand is a little special. I still need to examine it for a while. You have a good relationship with Deputy Curator Qi, so why don't you stay in the dojo first? Once your hand has fully recovered, you can move to the Yun army. Yun Songlong's hand injury was something that Yunxing couldn't understand. Earlier, when Yunxing examined his hand, she confirmed that his duqi was sealed by a special method. He needed to wait until Yunxing's soul-healing divine needle broke through to the 5th level before she could help him circulate his blood and circulate his qi to open up the blocked meridians. In the previous few treatments, Yunxing only helped him to regain some feeling in his hand. It was not to the point where he could raise his hand or even slap someone. However, in the restaurant, Yun Songlong's hand was suddenly able to move. She had obviously investigated Yunxing's medical knowledge, so she planned to keep Yun Songlong by her side to observe the specific condition of Yun Songlong's hand. Yun Songlong had already informed his good friend, Combat Strength, that he would be settling down in the dojo for a while. In the next few days, Yunxing went to the Yun army as per the agreement between her and Yun Songlong. The Yun army situation was worse than she had imagined. Other than a portion of the soldiers suffering from battle trauma, the Yun family had not looked after the Yun army for many years, so the soldiers' morale was lax and there was no discipline to speak of. Yunxing also met Oriol's father, a middle-aged soldier around 40 years old. At this age, he should be in the prime of his life, but Oriol's father was also a typical soldier suffering from battle trauma. He also couldn't afford to hire a superb doctor like De Guichot, so he could only let his condition worsen. Fortunately, he still had his family and Oriol's careful care, so he wasn't tortured to death. But even so, when Yunxing saw Oriol Huang, his complexion was still fine. It was just that his figure was a bit thin and weak, and his pair of cloudy eyes were empty. This was already much better than what Yunxing had expected. When Yunxing arrived at Oriol's house, Oriol was feeding her father some thin porridge. "Godly Dr. Yun, you're here." Seeing Yunxing, Oriol hurriedly got up. She was a few years older than Yunxing. Due to her family's decline, she had to go out to make a living early on. This also trained her character, which was both gentle and strong. She was a very considerate big sister. Oriol had already found out from Yunxing that not only was Yunxing a magician, she was also a very powerful doctor. She was full of admiration for Yunxing. Hearing that Yunxing was here to treat her father for free, Oriol was even more grateful. "Your father's battle trauma will be better after a few more visits. His body is very weak due to malnutrition all year round. Here is some magical beast meat, stew it and boil it into porridge. Other than giving it to your father, you should also eat some yourself." Yunxing saw that Oriol was thin and gave her some magical beast meat, as well as a few gold coins. Because the name War Trauma Syndrome was too complicated for the people of the Boundless Continent, Yunxing simply called it War Trauma Syndrome. Oriol refused for a while, but in the end, she refused the gold coins and kept the few pieces of magical beast meat. "Young General Yun found a job for me in Wushuan Everlasting Hall to do laundry for people. I can earn 20 silver coins a month, which is enough to support my family. Oriol will definitely return the money for the magical beast meat to godly Dr. Yun in the future." Oriol felt that being able to meet Yun Songlong and Yunxing was already the greatest blessing in her life. Before meeting them, she really thought that she would have to guard her sick father and starve family for the rest of her life. Seeing Oriol's insistence, Yunxing also couldn't insist. On the hospital bed, Father Huang let out a series of indistinct cries. Godly Dr. Yun, you should rest for a while. It won't be too late to stay and eat before leaving. Father probably wants to hear me play the pipa again. Oriole nodded apologetically towards Yunsheng and took out her pipa. Oriole's pipa skills were not bad, but it was a pity that she was interrupted by Tang Yu's group of hedonistic sons last time. Yunsheng only heard about 70 to 80% of it. Now that she was fortunate to be able to listen to it again, Yunsheng also became interested and sat down to listen. Oriole tuned the instrument and plucked the strings. This time, she didn't sing, but only played the pipa. When Yunsheng heard it, she didn't play the soft little tune that she used to sing in the restaurant earlier. The strings moved, and the pipa's silver color was full and bright, sonorous and clanging. When the sound of the pipa rang out, Field Officer Huang's turbid eyes on the bed had an additional trace of light. And Yunsheng also felt that the jade marrow technique in her body had become active, as if it had encountered a violent storm. Yunsheng only felt that the jade marrow technique in her body had rapidly increased by a large amount. What was going on? Yunsheng hurriedly circulated her qi to regulate her breathing. She had never encountered such a situation before. The pipa music was like raindrops, from dense to dispersed, and gradually calmed down. When Oriole finished plucking the last note, her slender fingers pressed the pipa music. As the music lingered in the air, Yunsheng only felt that the restless jade marrow technique in her body had gradually calmed down. She felt that her jade marrow technique had improved a little. On the bed, Field Officer Huang had also fallen asleep peacefully. Yunsheng finally understood why Commandant Huang could still have a breath of life after so many years despite his illness. The reason was because of Oriole's pipa playing. Oriole, what was the name of the tune you played just now? Yunsheng stood up and asked. Chapter 226. Oriole's pipa song was completely different from the song she sang in the restaurant. This song had a strong ancient flavor and was completely different from the folk songs. The feeling of the song was more like a war song. Even Yunsheng, who didn't know much about music and could only dictate divine songs like Little Apple in the modern era, was filled with passion. According to the changes in her body's jade marrow art and magic soul, the reason why Yun Sanglang's hand was able to take a turn for the better was because of Oriole's pipa song. Yunsheng was certain that while listening to the music, her magic power and jade marrow art could be said to have soared. Her magic power was at least at the peak of the Grand Magus realm, and her jade marrow art could reach the level of breaking through her fourth strange tendon. Is godly Dr. Yun talking about the song I played just now? I call it the nameless song. Yellow Sparrow was very embarrassed after being praised so much. Although Oriole was the daughter of a military general, due to her family circumstances, she lost the qualifications to study and practice martial arts early on. In her early years, she had helped some rich families with laundry and chores. One day, when she was washing clothes by the river, due to the unbearable cold and hunger, she fainted by the bone-chilling river. The winter was bitterly cold. Just as Oriole's body was frozen stiff and on the verge of death, she heard the sound of a zither. At that time, my hands and feet were frozen stiff. I could vaguely see someone playing a zither on the frozen river. That zither sound made one's blood boil, as if one had drunk a large mouthful of pepper. My hands and feet gradually regained feeling. Oriole recalled the past. After listening to the zither sound, Oriole felt that her entire body was filled with strength and she wasn't as cold anymore. By the time she wanted to see who was playing the zither, that person had already left. Oriole only had time to vaguely see a back view. Although it was only a back view, Oriole was certain that it was a woman. That was 4 or 5 years ago. The river where Oriole washed her clothes was called Moon Washing River. It was a river not far from the Yun army's encampment. Usually, there weren't many people here. Because the river water was clear and sweet, it was also the Yun army's main source of water. Oriol's perception was not bad. After listening to the zither song that time, she remembered most of it in her heart and copied it down when she returned home. Oriol's mother, who had passed away early, was a musician in a music workshop. When Oriol was young and her family was still well off, she had learned some basic musical skills from her mother. She composed her own music and played it. Over time, the pipa song came to be. Using the sound of the zither to soothe her father, Captain Huang's illness, was also a clever trick that Oriol had unintentionally discovered. She discovered that every time she played the pipa, her father's dispirited spirit would improve a lot. Therefore, the Oriol consciously played a song for his father from time to time. As for the song in the restaurant, some of the notes were taken from this song. Unfortunately, apart from that one time when he met that strange woman by the river, he had never met her again. This song was also incomplete. The Oriol couldn't hear the entire song, and the woman didn't finish playing it. Therefore, the Oriol named this song as a nameless song. Oriol, have you ever learned Do Chi or magic? Yunxing already had a rough idea of the ins and outs of the matter. The woman that the Oriol met must be an otherworldly expert. To have such a fortuitous encounter was already a kind of blessing. Just like how money was easy to get, fortune was hard to find. Whether or not he could meet that woman again was still unknown. What Yunsheng was thinking now was that if an ordinary person like the Oriol could play such an effect, then what would the effect be if she learned Do Chi or magic, or if she played it herself? Father taught me some of the most basic fish techniques when I was young, but it has already been many years. I'm afraid that it has already been abandoned. When Oriol heard about Do Chi and magic, there was a touch of crystal in her eyes. Oriol's age was at the prime of her life. In her heart, she was still very envious of Yunxing's gorgeous magic and old General Yun's superb fighting skills. She also understood that even if there was only a little chance of becoming a magician or martial artist, the situation of the family could be greatly improved. Yunxing pulled out the Oriol's pulse and tested her magic sensing ability. Unfortunately, the Oriol's physique couldn't feel the slightest bit of magic, but the good news was that there was a weak Do Chi in her body. Your bones and tendons are not bad. The only shortcoming is that you missed the best time to practice martial arts. In a few days, when you go to the martial arts school, I will give you some medicine to strengthen your body. Coupled with the basic training of the martial arts school, I think you still have a certain chance to become a martial artist. Yunxing liked the Oriol's character very much. Such a woman should not be buried in rough work and endless poverty. After the Oriol got the news, she was very happy. Miracle Dr. Yun, you are simply the benefactor of our family. The Oriol really has nothing to repay. I can see that you like that song very much, so the Oriol will give you the music score. The Oriol took out the music score that she had carefully kept and gave it to Yunxing. Yunxing cured her father and gave her the opportunity to practice martial arts. To the Oriol, today was the happiest day of her life. If it was in the past, she would never have dreamed that she could become a martial artist. If Yunxing was a man, the Oriol would be willing to repay her with her body. This song was very likely related to whether Yunxing could completely recover his hand. Yunxing was also very interested, so she simply accepted it. After Yunxing left the Huang family, she walked in the direction of the moon-washing river that the Oriol had told her about. The moon-washing river was located to the north of the Yun army's encampment. It was surrounded by fertile water grass. In this season, the water grass grew lush green and one could smell the fragrance of the grass from afar. Normally, the shape of the moon-washing river was like an eyebrow-shaped crescent moon. However, because it had rained a few days ago, the surface of the river was much wider. The crescent moon had become a full moon and the water was full. The water grass and Artemisia selengensis in the surroundings were also very lush. Yunxing walked along the river for a while, but she did not find anything suspicious or noteworthy. When she turned over the river bank and was about to walk back, Yunxing saw a lonely figure standing on the slope beside the river. That person's back was tall and his right arm was empty. He stood from afar, exuding the unique majesty of a soldier. He stood alone on the slope and looked at the gurgling moon-washing river. He was in a daze and did not even react when Yunxing approached him. Even though it was just his back, Yunxing recognized him at a glance. Second uncle. Yunxing did not expect to see Yun Songlong here. Chapter 227. Hearing the movement behind him, Yun Songlong turned around. He obviously didn't expect to bump into his niece, Yunxing, here. The moon-scouring river was secluded and there weren't many people around. In the early years, only the Yun family army would come here to get water. After Yun Songlong went to the Yun family army's encampment for inspection today, he recalled some old things from the past and unknowingly came here. He didn't expect that Yunxing would also come here because she heard the zither music. Yun Songlong's ears turned red like a guilty youth who had been caught red-handed doing something wrong. Xing why are you here? Yun Songlong's complexion was much better recently. He had already gone to see his elder brother, Yun Songhai, earlier. Seeing that although Yun Songhai was unconscious, everything was normal, he was relieved. Second uncle, you used to come here often. Have you met a mysterious woman here? Yunxing pretended to be indifferent and carefully observed Yun Songlong's reaction. Sure enough, when Yunxing asked about the mysterious woman, Yun Songlong's face showed a hint of astonishment. However, he quickly concealed this obvious astonishment and said indifferently, "This is the Yun family army's encampment. It's an important military area. How could there be a woman here?" He was still stubborn. An old man in his 30s staring blankly at the river. If he wasn't thinking about love, could it be that he wanted to jump into the river like Chu Yuan? Yunxing snorted in her heart. She had heard that Yun Songlong had always been unwilling to marry. On the surface, he said it was because of his hand disease and he didn't want to implicate others. However, who knew if there were other hidden reasons? It's fine if you don't know her. I just went to Yan Kei's house to see Officer Huang's illness. Yan Kei also gave me a zither piece. Second uncle, I remember that you are very proficient in music. Why don't you take a look at it for me? Yunxing had a good memory. She only took a glance at the piece and remembered it all. When Yun Songlong heard that it was a piece of music, he was somewhat interested and took a look. This is... Xing Yan Kei gave you this piece of music. Where did she get it from? A crack appeared on Yun Songlong's calm face. This was completely different from his usual good manners. He gripped the paper tightly with his left hand. The song was written down by the Oriole herself. A few years ago, when she was washing clothes by the river, she chanced upon an unfamiliar woman playing music here, so she wrote it down. After listening to this song, I discovered that this song is extraordinary. It can stir up the Do Qi and magic elements in a person's body. When Yunxing saw Yun Songhai's appearance, she knew that he must know the mysterious woman. She, actually still remembers that promise. Yun Songlong's eyes began to heat up. It's said that men don't cry easily, but it's only when they are sad. This piece of music that Yunxing inadvertently got touched a regret that Yun Songlong had buried in his heart for many years. Second uncle, what are you regretting? Do you know this song? Yunxing struck while the iron was hot and asked Yun Songlong. This song is called the Di Hong Song. It's the sacred song of the Di Hong city and Xianyuan clan. It's a divine song that can only be learned by the direct bloodline of the Di Hong clan. It's very beneficial to a person's cultivation. Legend has it that this battle song is divided into 9 chapters, and it has an extraordinary and shocking effect. Yun Songlong seemed to have made a huge decision before he decided to tell Yunxing. Could that mysterious woman by the river be the successor of the Dihong city? Yunxing had never seen the name Dihong in any ancient books. However, looking at Yun Songlong's expression, it wasn't hard to guess that it must be a hidden place. The boundless continent was vast and boundless. The 5 major countries and the eastern capital were only a small part of the forces that surfaced. There were many powerful ancient tribes that were hidden from the eyes of the world. However, it was also these hidden tribes or clans that secretly controlled the movements of the powerful countries in the continent for thousands of years. The Dihong clan was one of these tribes. They vaguely lived in a place called the Dihong city, and the Dihong and Xianyuan clans were connected to the Dihong clan for generations. The people of the Dihong city didn't often interact with the outside world. However, it was known that the Dihong city would send some direct descendants to travel the continent every few years. According to historical records, these people of the Dihong city were either powerful magicians or warriors with astonishing strength. Yun Songlong only said this about the Dihong city. As for how he got to know the people of the Dihong city and the identity of that mysterious woman, Yun Songlong wasn't willing to say anything more. Yun Songlong only said that he was lucky enough to gain the favor of a person of the Dihong city. That person passed on 3 chapters of the Dihong song to him without telling the people of the Dihong clan. The Dihong song was originally a battle song. When played by an ordinary person, it had the effect of promoting blood circulation and replenishing energy. However, if played with a combination of battle energy or mana, the effect would be even better. It was rumored that the ancestor of the Dihong clan had once used the Dihong song to expel an army of tens of thousands of magical beasts by himself and his zither. Of course, that was only a legend. Since the Dihong song had been passed down until now, there were very few people who could unleash the power of the ancestor of the Dihong clan. Yun Songlong also told Yunxing that the Dihong song could be played as long as it was played with a musical instrument. It wasn't limited to any musical instrument. It could be played with any musical instrument. Right now, I have no battle energy and have lost my right hand. I no longer have the chance to play the Dihong song. I can only pass on 3 chapters to you. You can try to comprehend it yourself. As for Huang Ke, you can also pass it on to her. However, you have to remind her not to easily demonstrate it in front of others. Yun Songlong still felt that he owed Huang Ke's family. The zither music that Huang Ke heard should only be the first chapter of the Dihong song. That child had only listened to it once and was able to use the weak battle energy in her body to play with such momentum. It was already very difficult. After Yunxing received the 3 chapters of the zither music, she looked at them. They didn't seem to be any different from ordinary music. Yun Songlong also reminded Yunxing that not everyone could learn and comprehend the Dihong song. Yunxing only needed to try it out first. If she encountered any discomfort while playing, she had to immediately stop playing to prevent the zither music from entering her body and injuring her internal organs. The gains would not make up for the losses. Yunxing agreed to Yun Songlong's request. Yunxing didn't have high hopes for the Dihong song. She didn't know much about music theory. Although the Dihong song was very powerful and made people yearn for it, she didn't force herself to learn it. However, when she thought that the Dihong song might be beneficial for second Uncle Yun's hand injury, Yunxing decided to go to Yujing City to buy a musical instrument and see if she could find a suitable instrument to learn the Dihong song. After the uncle and niece finished talking about the past of the Dihong clan, the sky was already filled with multicolored light. The multicolored light reflected on the moon-washing river. It was like a multicolored gauze flowing into the distance amidst the hazy water vapor. Yun Songlong bathed in the multicolored light with a lonely expression on his face. It was only after Yunxing urged him a few times that he reluctantly left the moon-washing river. Chapter 228. The uncle and niece walked past the moon-washing river. Their surroundings were already bathed in the night. From the moon-washing river to the Jade Capital, there was still a long way to go. During this time, they also had to pass through a desolate graveyard. At night, the entire graveyard looked eerie. After Yunsheng and Yunsanglang walked a few steps, they stopped at almost the same time. One of them had fought on the battlefield all year round, while the other had the Shenong pupil, so his 5 senses were extraordinary. Second uncle, there's something in the graveyard. The thing Yunsheng was talking about was naturally not something dirty. She could clearly hear 5 or 6 suppressed breathing sounds. There was an ambush in the graveyard. I'm afraid it's a bunch of thieves who rob passers-by. They don't have a strong killing intent on them. Just teach them a lesson. Yun Songlang sighed. His bright eyes landed on a few suspicious shadows in front of them. Although Zhou's state hadn't been in a state of war these past few years, because of the appearance of blood cloud beasts and some demonic beasts, some areas weren't stable. The displaced commoners couldn't find a way to survive, so they could only become bandits. Watch me. Yunxing didn't bat an eyelid as she quickly chanted. In the graveyard, a few bandits were crawling on the ground. They were preparing to rob the 2 passers-by in the middle of the night. The bandits weren't very old. They ranged from 15 to 20 years old. The leader was a youth called Zhou Quan. Most of them knew some martial arts. The most powerful one, Zhou Quan, was even a martial arts master. They had been lying in ambush in the graveyard for nearly a month. When they were lucky, they would even encounter a few passers-by. Suddenly, a burning smell came from behind his ear. He was suspicious. Big brother Zhou, behind you. His companion beside him let out a terrifying cry. Zhou Quan turned around to take a look. What he saw almost scared him to death. A fireball was eerily floating behind his head. When he moved slightly, the fireball moved with him. When he took a few steps, the fireball followed suit. What the hell? Boom! 5 or 6 fireballs suddenly floated above the graveyard. Every fireball seemed to have eyes as they crazily chased after the bandits. Ghost! There's a ghost. The bandits didn't care that they were in a graveyard. They scrambled and rushed forward. Rushing to the intersection ahead, he suddenly saw 2 people, one tall and one short. The man, who had lost an arm, was glaring at them with a murderous glare. The short girl looked at them with a smile. Under the firelight, the young girl's face was incomparably exquisite, and the dimples at the corner of her mouth were extremely sweet. She was holding a magic scepter in her hand. With a wave of her magic scepter, the 5 or 6 fireballs disappeared. You! So it was you guys who did this. Don't think that I'm afraid of you just because you're a magician. Qiangzi, come out and announce the slogan. Only then did Zhou Quan realize that he had been fooled. A short, dark-skinned teenager of 15 or 16 years old jumped out and smoothly recited, "This tree was planted by me, and this road was opened by me. If you want to pass through here, Zhou Quan and Wang Qiangzi of the Yun family army." Yun Songlang shouted coldly. Yes. Yes. Upon hearing the dignified question, Zhou Quan and Chang Zi stood at attention and saluted as if it was a conditioned reflex, looking straight ahead. Cheng Su and Ni Kun of the Yun family. Yes. Yes. With Yun Songlang's shout, the bandits all stepped out of their ranks. After a while, the bandits were all shocked. Big brother Zhou, something doesn't seem right. How did that person know our names? It was dark just now, so we didn't see what the man looked like. Why don't you go up and take a look? The bandits were frightened out of their wits by Yun Songlong's powerful shout. They pushed and shoved, and in the end, Zhou Quan was pushed to the front. If it wasn't dark, Yun Sheng would definitely see that Yun Songlong's face was as black as the bottom of a pot. He was a member of the Yun family army, yet he was actually committing a robbery on the side of the road, and it was in front of his own niece. Zhou Quan dawdled and walked in front of Yun Songlong. This guy was still afraid of death. He actually lit a match and moved closer to Yun Songlong to take a look. That face, that expression, Zhou Quan's mind was suddenly struck by lightning. His legs went soft, and the match almost burned his eyebrows. General, it's young General Yun. 4 to 5 uncouth men, all of whom were no less than 1.75 meters tall, uniformly knelt on the ground. Their knees went soft, and with 5 thuds, they all knelt on the ground. All of you don't have to play dead. Speak, who gave you permission to rob here? How many robberies did you make? How much money did you rob? Tell me everything. If there is even the slightest lie, you will be punished according to military law. The news of Yun Songlong's return to the Yun family army was only spread among a small group of soldiers and generals. Tonight, the people who robbed Yun Sheng and the others were from different squads belonging to the Yun family army. The few of them did not expect that the robbery would actually involve their own general. General, we didn't have any other choice. These soldiers' faces were red as they reported all the robberies in the past month. Ever since Yun Sangxue cut off the Yun family army's salaries, they were all so poor that they couldn't afford to eat. Yun Songlong also didn't appear. These people were all Yun Songlong's former subordinates. They weren't willing to betray the Yun family army, nor were they willing to change jobs. However, every soldier had parents, wives, children, and children. Helpless, they could only become unorthodox. Nonsense, you violated the imperial law. After Yun Songlong learned the truth, his face became gloomy. He led the army strictly, and what he disliked the most was the soldiers' misdeeds. His subordinates knowingly broke the law and their crimes were unforgivable. The soldiers didn't dare to make a sound. Yun Songlong hadn't appeared for many years, but his prestige still remained. No soldier dared to make a sound in front of him. Second uncle, although these soldiers were in the wrong, they also said that they only robbed some money and never harmed anyone's life. Please don't blame them. Yun Sheng was touched by the soldiers' persistence. Sheng, you don't know how to manage an army. Knowingly breaking the law is a serious crime. If their actions are reported to the imperial court, only death awaits them. Yun Songlong was dissatisfied with his niece's soft-heartedness. Second uncle, civilians have no choice but to break the law because they're starving. Only death awaits them. Is it not illegal for the military to sit idly by and wait for the families of these soldiers to starve to death? Yun Sheng didn't agree with Yun Songlong's pedantic way of doing things. She walked in front of the soldiers. These 5-foot-tall men were like little wives in front of her second uncle. They were so timid, it was clear how important Yun Songlong was in their hearts. Uncle, you're called Zhou Quan, right? Let me ask you, did you go to the Yun residence to ask for your salary when you didn't receive it? We did, but we were chased out. Zhou Quan sighed. Then did you go to the military to seek help? According to Zhou state's laws, soldiers in the military could go to the military to seek help if they were hungry. The Marquis of Jiyuan said that we are the Yun family's private army and are not under the jurisdiction of the military. If the military doesn't care and the Yun residence doesn't care, then it's really unloved. Second uncle, if it were you, what would you do? Yun Sheng looked at her second uncle with a straight face. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Ching Shang, Yuanzhen, tipping as vicious as poppies. Chapter 229. When Yun Songlong heard Yun Xing's question, how could he not be shocked? He never thought that these brothers who had once risked their lives for the country would not even be able to receive the most basic relief. It was hard for him to reprimand them. Yun Songlong only felt as if there was a heavy rock pressing down on his heart, and he could not say another word. The oppressive atmosphere quickly spread among the crowd. Yun Xing's words also made Yun Songlong realize something. The Yun family army currently had more than 1,000 soldiers. Their future, as well as how they were going to feed their families, were all problems. Second uncle, it is inevitable that the Yun family army will change jobs. I see that these brothers are all strong and healthy. If they become professional hunters, it would not be a bad idea. Yun Xing had also seen the basic qualities of the soldiers in the Yun family army encampment. Other than the majority of them having a good foundation in martial arts, there were no less than 100 martial artists like Zhou Quan. There were also some who had some magic perception. These people were all soldiers in their early years and were strictly disciplined. As long as Yun Songlong gave the order, charging and breaking through enemy lines would not be a problem. If such a large group of people were not properly settled, they would definitely become an unpredictable factor. They would even be used against the Yun family by other people within Zhou state. It would be a good idea to turn them into hunters and form a hunting corps. Hunters. Yun Songlong could not help but frown. Changing a regular army into a hunting regiment, this idea was simply ridiculous. As long as we can eat, we don't have to go against our conscience, and we can continue to follow General Yun, not to mention being hunters. We are even willing to be beggars. Zhou Quan and the others felt their minds clear up after being reminded by Yun Xing. They had really been blinded by lard. If they did not want to be bandits, they could be hunters. A hunter's income would also be stable and enough to feed their families. Regarding this matter, I will discuss it with the generals in the encampment tomorrow and come to a conclusion. The few of you will receive your punishment yourselves. Each of you will receive 50 strokes of the cane. Yun Songlong was still thinking about Yun Xing's words. Although Yun Xing was still a child, Yun Songlong also realized that his niece was not simple. Perhaps she was right. Yun Xing returned to the medicine hole. As soon as she entered the door, she saw Qi waiting there. What a rare guest. Why did you come to see me? Since she let Abandon taste the medicine, Abandon hadn't come to see Yun Xing again. Abandon was still wearing a green cloak. Under the dim yellow light, one could see that his emerald green eyes were emitting a faint glow. Could it be that you've thought it through and agreed to let me treat your poison? Yun Xing poured herself a glass of water and drank it. When Yun Xing saw that Qi Mo was silent, she knew that this twisted kid had finally figured it out. The poison in Qi's body was getting worse by the day. Although he didn't know where it came from, if he didn't treat it, it would definitely cause great damage to his body. If you can guarantee that you won't cripple my poison skills, I can let you treat me. Qi Mo glanced at Yun Xing. Under the light, Yun Xing was slim and elegant. She was completely different from the little girl he first met 2 years ago. Qi Mo felt his heart skip a beat. Thinking of Yi Baiming that day, that man who was like the king of the night, Qi Mo's decision in his heart became even firmer. I can't guarantee it. Tell me first. What's the deal with the poison and magic in your body? Yun Xing had long realized that the Dharma soul in Qi Mo's body was different from any Dharma soul she knew. There were a few common Dharma souls in the boundless land: earth, wind, water, fire, light, darkness, and many other secondary Dharma souls. Qi Mo's Dharma soul was obviously different from any of them. Even Teacher Mary couldn't tell what the magic attribute of Qi Mo's Dharma soul was. The magic that Qi Mo cultivated didn't belong to any element of magic. His magic was more of his own creation. The most powerful thing about it was the various poisons. I don't have a Dharma soul. The reason why I can use magic is because of little Ching. Chi found it difficult to tell his secret. As he spoke, a green snake slithered out from the bottom of his wide magic cloak. That was Chi-Mo's magic scepter, a living snake. Maybe you've realized that my magic cultivation speed is especially fast. Actually, it's not because my magic cultivation speed is fast, but because of the poison that little Ching swallowed. Yunxing only found out from Chi-Mo's mouth that Chi-Mo actually had such a unique way of cultivating magic. That was to use the toxicity of poison to improve his magic cultivation. Chi-Mo was an abandoned baby from the moment he was born. When he still had memories, he was already living with this green snake called Little Ching. I accidentally discovered that Little Ching was a magical beast, and I could use its Dharma soul to cultivate. Little Ching's method of cultivation was to use poison. From the initial poisonous grass to the poisonous magical beast, and then to the refined poison. It was also because of Little Ching's special cultivation method that Chi-Mo came to the Royal Magic Academy. Other people came to the Royal Magic Academy to cultivate magic, but Chi-Mo's only purpose in coming to the Royal Magic Academy was to find various kinds of highly toxic poisons. And in the Magic Academy, he met Teacher Mary, who was also an oddball from the potions department. Teacher Mary was the first person to know about my special situation. She was very kind. Not only did she accept me as her student, she also provided me with some herbs that could cure the poison. Like you, she also advised me to give up on cultivating poison, but I had to maintain my magic power. Chi-Mo gently stroked Little Ching, who was coiled up on his arm and spitting out its tongue comfortably. Because Little Ching was a magical beast, it had been hunted down by a few summoners with ulterior motives. Chi-Mo also almost lost his life at the hands of those summoners. In order to protect Little Ching, his poison cultivation became the only way for him to protect Little Ching and himself. I see. Let me take a look. How's the spread of the poison? Yunxing only understood Chi-Mo's difficulties after hearing this. A magical beast that could increase its magic power by consuming poison was definitely very rare on the continent. It would easily attract the covetous of some summoners with ill intentions. No wonder Chi-Mo had insisted on rejecting her request the last time. But why did he change his mind after a few months? Yunxing was puzzled. Yunxing naturally didn't know that Chi-Mo's current actions were because he had developed feelings for her. And Yi Baiming's appearance gave Chi-Mo a pressure that he had never felt before. She carefully checked Chi-Mo's pulse and took some of Chi-Mo's blood samples, deciding to do a thorough examination. Yunxing and Chi-Mo didn't notice that when Chi-Mo was explaining his situation, a strange expression flashed across the green jade-like eyes of the little green snake coiled around his arm. I still need to do a thorough examination of your blood. You go back first. I'll inform you when I think of a solution. After Yunxing sent Chi-Mo off, the deputy curator coincidentally walked in with a smile. Chapter 230. As Chi was leaving, he coincidentally bumped into Battle Force. Even though he was the deputy curator, Chi did not even greet him. He looked straight ahead and left. In reality, other than his companions in Group 13 and his mentor, Mei Li, Chi had never looked at anyone. This could be related to the fact that he was an orphan since young and was not very close to others. That kid is your companion. I remember that he is also from the Royal Magic Academy. He looks quite evil. Battle Force took a few more glances at Chi. Even if he met this youth, he would feel a chill run down his spine. That feeling was as if he was being stared at by an extremely powerful demonic beast. There were very few people who could make Battle Force, or Wu Zong, feel this way, so Battle Force had some impression of Chi. He is my companion, Deputy Curator Chi. It is not a good habit to speak ill of others behind their backs. Yunxing did not like to hear other people criticize her friends. Pretend I didn't say anything. Miracle Dr. Yun, the inventory of the medicine hall has been completed. Here are some ledgers, please check them first. Battle Force knew Yunxing's temper. He had already found out from Yun Songhai that Yunxing was Yun Songhai's daughter. It had to be said that this girl's temper was typical of the Yun family. Once she set her mind on someone or something, even 10 carriages would not be able to pull her back. Also, here are 2 sect tokens. One is to thank you for becoming an elder of the medicine hall, and the other is to thank you for curing Canglang's illness. Battle Force was a man who kept his promises. He had promised Yunxing that he would give her a sect token, but the second one was an extra gift. I will accept the first sect token, but I cannot accept the second one. Second uncle is my family, it is my duty to treat him. Yunxing rejected Battle Force's good intentions. Second Uncle Yun was Battle Force's good friend, but also her own family. If her father knew that she had to accept a reward for treating her second uncle, he would be so angry that he would crawl out of bed. Zhonli couldn't help but smile. The longer he knew Yunxing, the more he liked her. Sometimes she was calculative and wouldn't even let go of a small advantage, but sometimes she was very generous. However, this was also Yunxing's greatest charm. Such a person could easily attract a group of close friends. Yunxing ponders for a while. But if Deputy Director Zhan wants to repay me, why don't you do me a favor? I may not be able to stay in the pharmacy for a while. You must have heard about what happened to the Yun family army. I'm also a hunter myself, so I'm thinking of helping second uncle reorganize the Yun family army after I'm done with the medicinal hall. Part of the reason why combat strength came today was because of the Yun family army. Combat strength knew about the Yun family army. It was just that he had estimated Yun Canglang's illness, so he had not revealed his combat strength. That's fine too. Canglang and I have already given up on the imperial court after the last battle. It's impossible for us to stay in the army. Combat strength pondered for a moment. Unexpectedly, he didn't oppose changing the Yun family army into a hunter corps. Combat strength was originally from the grassroots. After he became the deputy director of Wuxian Wuji Library, he had some contact with hunters. If it wasn't for Yun Ba's persuasion, his most likely path would have been to become a hunter. When Yunxing heard combat strength's tone, she also knew that something was wrong. She had also heard people say that combat strength was a fierce general of Zhou State in his early years. He and Yun Canglang were once known as the twin heroes of Zhou State. Both of them were martial artists. When they were less than 30 years old, they had already broken through to martial marquis. However, in a battle, one of them retired and the other was crippled. However, in front of others, combat strength had never mentioned the defeat that year. What exactly happened? Deputy Director, I've always wanted to ask why my second uncle was defeated that year. I've always been thinking, how did his hand get injured? Yunxing saw that combat strength had sunk into deep thought, so she took the opportunity to ask. Your second uncle, he was deceived by a woman. I don't know the specifics of the matter. I only know that at that time, we were attacked by the allied forces of later Qin and Tang Yuan. Breaking out of the encirclement is imperative. Combat strength's expression was agitated. He had been the deputy director of Wuxian Wuji Library for many years and had cultivated himself well. However, at this moment, he couldn't help but be filled with righteous indignation. His words were filled with resentment. That year, Zhou State and the allied forces of Tang and Qin were at war at the southern border of Zhou State. Yun Canglang and combat strength led the army into battle. When the two of them worked together, they were like a hot knife through butter, killing countless enemies along the way. However, later Qin was sinister. One night, the army's medical personnel actually poisoned the water supply. Zhou State's army wasn't poisoned. When Yun Songlong saw this, he ordered a group of soldiers to break out of the encirclement. At that time, according to the army's map, Yun Songlong and combat strength believed that if they broke out from the north, there would be fewer defenders and it would be safer. However, when the Yun family army was about to break out of the encirclement, they suddenly heard that the allied forces of Tang and Qin had gone up north to Zhou State's border cities and massacred them. When Yun Songlong heard this, he knew that the other side might have a large number of troops lying in ambush. However, he still decided to lead 1,000 people to the border cities to break out of the encirclement. No matter how combat strength tried to dissuade him, Yun Songlong still insisted on going. Yun Songlong was a calm person and his army had always been well organized. However, that time, he seemed to have lost his composure. What was even more hateful was that when we received news that the Yun family army was deep in the south and sent a letter to the court asking for help, the Marquis of Jiayuan didn't move, allowing your second uncle and the Yun family army to fight a bloody battle in the south for 3 days and 3 nights. When your grandfather received the news and sent reinforcements, the Yun family army was almost completely wiped out. When combat strength said this, his tiger eyes were already filled with tears. After Yun Ba rushed over, he was alone. At the age of 60, he killed his way into the southern cities with a giant axe. He broke through the heavy encirclement and killed more than 1,000 soldiers of the allied forces of Tang and Qin. At that time, the southern cities were filled with mountains of corpses and seas of bones. When the martial saint appeared, even the allied forces of Tang and Qin had to retreat. When Yun Ba rushed out with Yun Songlong, whose right arm had been chopped off and his left arm crippled, combat strength and a group of old subordinates, thousands of 7-foot-tall men, wept bitterly. My second uncle is a true man. Even though it had been many years, Yun Xing still felt her blood boil when she heard combat strength talk about the past. Yun Songlong might have been rash, but he had inherited the Yun family army's motto. If he didn't serve the people, how could he be a soldier? Since then, many of the Zhou State soldiers led by combat strength were extremely disappointed with the Zhou State's imperial army. They chose to retire early and leave the army camp. When Yun Ba found out that combat strength wanted to leave the army camp, he went to persuade him. He knew that combat strength no longer had the heart to bathe in blood on the battlefield for the country. In the end, he could only persuade combat strength, your army's morale is already dead, but your martial spirit is still there. Zhou State's army camp is weak, but Zhou State's thousands of martial artists are still standing strong. The future of Zhou State does not rely on the army camp, but on the thousands of martial artists. After combat strength received some guidance, he was recommended to enter Wuxuan Wuji Martial Arts Institute and became the deputy head of Wuxuan Wuji Martial Arts Institute. As for Yun Songlong, after that battle, his body was crippled and his will was dispirited. He was trapped by his battle trauma and had been hiding in the Yun residence. It was only when Yun Xing appeared that the situation took a turn for the better. Chapter 231. Deputy Curator, Xing still doesn't understand one thing. Back then, second uncle didn't listen to our advice and led the army to defend the city. However, the Yun family army only had a little more than 1,000 people, while the Tang and Qin allied forces numbered in the tens of thousands. How did second uncle survive those 3 days and 3 nights before old General Yun arrived? Yun Sheng was also somewhat puzzled. Later Qin and Tang Yuan were both tigers and wolves. They were fully prepared, so how could they not take down the city for so long? Not only me, but even your grandfather. Old General Yun is also puzzled about this. Yun Ba and Zhanli both thought that Yun Songlong had died in battle. Now that you mention it, I remember that when I led my former subordinates to break out of the encirclement from the north, I heard a faintly discernible sound of a zither in the south. That sound was faintly discernible and lasted for 3 days and 3 nights. Many years had passed, so Zhongli's memory was not that clear. As for whether that sound was real or fake, Zhongli wasn't sure either. The Di Hong song. Yunsheng was certain that someone must have been playing the Di Hong song at that time. Look at me. Why am I telling you all these old stories? I'm here today mainly for the medicinal hall. Zhongli coughed. Half a month had passed since Elder Zhang's fall from power. The medicinal hall had also completed the most preliminary inventory. Zhongli had come to give Yunsheng an inventory list, which listed most of the medicinal hall's assets, medicinal herbs, and some of Elder Zhang's personal wealth. Although Elder Zhang's character wasn't very good, it had to be said that as a person, he definitely had his good points. The old man's ability to accumulate wealth was unparalleled. When he fled that day, he was in a hurry and left the huge amount of wealth that he had accumulated over the years in the medicinal hall's secret chamber. After Zhongli led people to search, they took away the gold coins and some of the more expensive medicinal herbs. However, they also found 10 storage rings in the secret chamber. There was a personal seal placed on the storage ring. Looking at combat strength, other than Elder Zhang, no one else could break it. If he forcefully broke the seal, the things inside the ring would be destroyed. Thus, the combat strength casually threw the storage ring to the side. After exchanging a few more words with Yunsheng, Zhongli suddenly remembered something. Since we're going to establish a hunter corps, we definitely need manpower. How about this? I'll assign Yi Baiming and Qingbai to you. If you need anything, just let me know. There's no need to inform me. It's getting late, so I'll take my leave first. When Yunsheng heard this, she did not refuse. After all, Yi Baiming and Qingbai were two great generals. She had to make good use of them. Seeing that Zhongli had left, Yunsheng immediately took back the few storage rings that he had casually thrown away. To other people, the seals on the storage rings could not be broken. However, this was not the case for Yunsheng. She had the puffed egg in her hands. The puffed egg could break all magical seals and restrictions. Yunsheng summoned the puffed egg and very smoothly broke the seals on the 10 storage rings. She then looted a lot of things from the rings. Looking at the pair of items, Yunsheng instantly felt a sense of ecstasy, as if she had become rich overnight. Among the 10 storage rings, there were 10 anonymous limitless gold cards. Each card had 50,000 limitless gold coins. These were all obtained by Elder Zhang when he accepted bribes from the students or embezzled money from the medicinal herb suppliers. In addition, there were 2 limitless purple gold cards. There were 200,000 limitless purple gold cards each. If converted to the continent's gold coins, that would be 2 million gold coins. However, the gold coins were not the most important thing. Yunsheng also found a large amount of precious medicinal herbs. Among them, there were even saint-grade medicinal herbs. It could be seen that Elder Zhang had put in a lot of effort to get these things. Yunsheng was not polite. She stuffed all the limitless gold cards and medicinal herbs into her beast language ring. After the establishment of the Xiantong, they needed to purchase a large number of medicinal herbs. As a result, the wealth in the 10 storage rings was particularly precious. After carefully examining the 10 storage rings, Yunsheng found a prescription in the last storage ring. That prescription was placed together with the limitless purple gold card. It looked like a very ordinary prescription. However, if it was placed together with the limitless purple gold card, then it must not be an ordinary prescription. Yunsheng carefully looked at it. The words "Sage 10,000 Golden Pill" entered her eyes. 10,000 golden pill. The implication was that a 10,000 golden pill was worth 10,000 gold coins. Moreover, it was very likely that it was worth 10,000 purple gold coins. Yunsheng's eyelids jumped. On the continent, even high-grade and finished products were only worth 1,000 gold coins. This prescription, was it possible that it was a top-grade or even a saint-grade medicinal pill? Yunsheng continued to look at the ingredients of the prescription. Sage 10,000 leaves and yellow lotus jade. Prescription effect, repair magic soul, regrow severed limbs. When she saw the words, Yunsheng's eyes lit up. Regrow severed limbs. Yunsheng immediately thought of her second uncle Yun Songlong. She didn't expect that she would find such a magical prescription in Elder Zhang's storage ring. But why didn't Elder Zhang refine this kind of medicine? Yunsheng looked at the ingredients one by one. After looking at them, she couldn't help but bitterly smile. It was no wonder that a single sage herb myriad gold pill was worth 10,000 purple gold coins. Just the 6-leaf sage herb alone was already a huge problem. The medicinal herbs on the continent were divided into mortal grade, treasure grade, top grade, saint grade, and divine grade. The corresponding medicinal pills refined from them were primary grade, middle grade, high grade, saint grade, and divine grade. Treasure grade medicinal herbs weren't hard to find in Jade Capital. The medicinal hall of Wushuan Limitless building that Yunsheng was in also had the corresponding medicinal herbs. However, medicinal herbs above saint grade, or even saint grade, were rarely seen. Sage 10,000 leaves was a saint-grade medicinal herb. Legend had it that sage 10,000 leaves gathered moonlight and water elements in a cold place to form a magical medicine. It took 100 years to germinate, and after that, it would grow a leaf every 100 years. A sage 10,000 leaves that was used to refine sage 10,000 leaves would have at least 6 leaves. That meant that only sage 10,000 leaves that were 600 years old and above could refine sage 10,000 leaves. Yunsheng had also inquired about it before. In the past few years, sage 10,000 leaves that were above 6th grade had appeared in the vicinity of later Qin's Sunset City. Furthermore, it was already over 100 years ago. Elder Zhang had also obtained this prescription by chance. It was also because he didn't have the ingredients that he didn't refine this kind of medicinal pill. Looks like I still have to look around and get Dr. Fan and Wanlong Gambling House to help. Yunsheng could only put the prescription aside for the time being. In the next few days, Yunsheng began to tidy up the medicinal hall. She stored the beast blood solvent once again, and the female martial artists from outside the hall started to fuse the beast blood together with acupuncture. Including the Oriole, the new batch of female martial artists who had entered the hall all obtained pretty good results after fusing the beast blood for the first time. Most of them had their bones and marrow cleansed, greatly increasing their physique. However, there was still a small group of people, especially the Oriole, who surprised Yunsheng the most. The Oriole was originally just an ordinary person who had roughly cultivated battle chi, but after fusing with the beast blood, the Oriole actually broke through the most basic martial student and advanced to the peak of martial warrior. Seeing that the effects of the beast blood solvent were so good, Yunsheng also decided to use this method on the Yun family army. After considering it for a few days, Yun Songlong finally felt that Yunsheng's suggestion was good. Reorganizing the Yun family army into hunting troops was the most reliable method. After Yunsheng heard this, she decided to cooperate with Yun Songlong to tidy up the Yun family army. Chapter 232. After knowing that Yunsheng was going to start reorganizing the Yun army, Oriole also volunteered to head to the Yun army. Hearing that young General Yun had returned, the soldiers of the Yun army were all excited. They all swarmed to the entrance of the encampment. Everyone, long time no see. I'm back. Yun Songlong looked at the faces of his old subordinates, his heart filled with emotion. General Yun, it's good that you're back. As long as you're still here, we will follow you to death. Everyone spoke one after another, looking very excited. Yunsheng carefully sized them up and quickly saw the basic structure of the Yun family army. Most of these people had followed Yun Songlong in the past, so most of them were in their 30s or 40s. There were also some who had just joined the army and were in their 20s. In the entire camp, there were about 200 to 300 soldiers in their 20s, 400 to 500 soldiers in their 30s or 40s, and the rest were veterans in their 40s who were about the same age as Oriol's father. Because they had not been paid for many years, other than people like Zhou Quan who knew how to be flexible, the rest were all thin and looked very frail. Everyone, quiet down. I'm here today to announce a piece of news. I'm sure you all know that I've left the Yun residence. For everyone's future livelihood, I've thought about it and decided to disband the Yun army. Yun Songlong's voice fell. The group of soldiers who were originally cheering were instantly dumbfounded. From the initial joy, it turned into fury. We don't want to disband. How can the Yun residents disband us? There were even more furious soldiers who wanted to step forward and question Yun Songlong. It was no wonder that the soldiers were so agitated. Most of them had been soldiers for 3 generations and were all part of the Yun army. Back then, when they were defeated, many of their brothers and fathers had died on the battlefield. The reason why they never abandoned the Yun family army was because of the concept that had been formed over the years. They were born as members of the Yun family army, and they would die as ghosts of the Yun family army. These people came wave after wave, making it impossible for Yun Songlong to finish his words. When Yun Xing saw this, she waved the magic scepter in her hand. In an instant, a fiery explosion smashed into the camp like thunder from the 9th heaven. Everyone was silent. Only then did they notice that there were 2 girls who came with General Yun. One of them looked unfamiliar, while the other was Huang Xiaowei's daughter, Oriol. Oriol, why are you with them? And what's the matter with that female magician? The soldiers were shocked by Yun Xing. But what surprised them even more was the Oriol. Most of the children who grew up in the military camp were very familiar with it. It could be said that many people here had watched the Oriole grow up. Previously, she was a sallow and emaciated girl from a poor family who had to go out to sing. However, after not seeing her for half a month, she had completely changed. She was taller and more muscular. The most surprising thing was that she was wearing a white warrior's robe. That was the martial arts robe of Wushuan Limitless School. Uncles, brothers, please calm down and listen to what General Yun has to say. Oriole was now a warrior. She was no longer the shy singer she used to be. She puffed out her chest and persuaded loudly. Brothers, I'm sorry. It's been hard on you all these years. Yun Songlong bowed deeply to the crowd. General Yun, General, don't be like this. Brothers. The soldiers also choked with tears in their eyes. The Yun family army was once glorious, but they did not expect the Yun family army to fall to such a state. Everyone, there's no need to be sad. Second uncle said that he wants to disband the Yun family army, but it's not a true disbandment. We plan to change the Yun family army into a hunting corps. Yun Xing said. She suddenly opened her mouth. Everyone was stunned. Then they heard her call Yun Songlong's second uncle. Change to a hunting corps. From soldiers to hunters, most of the people in the Yun family army were unable to accept this result. We don't want to be hunters. Hunters are bandits and hooligans. We are regular soldiers. How can we be compared to those hooligans? Someone muttered in dissatisfaction. Hunters earned money by doing missions. They were used to eating the food of the country. For a moment, they were unable to accept this change. Who said that hunters are bandits and hooligans? Do you know how much a normal D-rank hunter in Zhou State earns in a year? 50 gold coins. If you reach C rank, you'll earn at least 100 gold coins. If you join the hunting corps, you can even get bonus. Yun Xing had been with Huang Ting and the other 2 for a while. She was very familiar with the market for hunters. Hearing that hunters earned such a high salary, some people hesitated. They had suffered in the Yun family army for many years. Which family wasn't poor? So what if the salary is high? Hunters can't get promoted. Being a soldier is different. It's something that brings honor to the family. Some people still disagreed. In the end, these soldiers were still not enlightened. Yun Songlong frowned. This was a little tricky. If everyone disagreed, the plan to change the Yun family army into a hunting corps would have to be aborted. Brothers, Yun Songlong said in a low voice. So what if I get promoted? You're all good brothers who have gone through fire and water with me. You've seen what happened to me. I, Yun Songlong, was born in Zhou State's Marshal St. General's mansion. For the first 10 years, my career was smooth, but I've never felt that it was an honor. Because I know that the higher my rank, the more brothers' blood will be spilled on the battlefield. Yun Songlong let out a long sigh. Everyone in the Yun residence and your brothers and uncles defended the city to the death. In the end, we didn't manage to wait for the reinforcements from Zhou State. My second uncle has been recuperating in the residence for many years. The Emperor of Zhou State has never visited him. The military has also never given any subsidies to the veterans. Yunsheng took the opportunity to add fuel to the fire. Don't tell me that your sons and daughters will also be spilled on the battlefield for Zhou State in the future. Batch after batch, they shed their blood for Zhou State, only to end up with nothing in the end. Yunsheng's words became the last straw that crushed the hearts of the Yun family army. Uncles, brothers, Oriol's father was injured on the battlefield and hasn't recovered. Oriol knows that many of my aunts and sisters can't go out to sing or even sell their bodies because of this. Oriol wiped the corners of her eyes. Yunsheng, who was watching from the side, gave her a thumbs up. In modern times, Oriol's acting skills were definitely Oscar material for the Best Supporting Actress. Stop talking. Zhou Quan was the first to jump out. They say that a real man has to have a country first and a family second. Tui, F***K off. If you have a country and a family, if you can't even protect a small family, how can you talk about a country? Leave these pompous words to those dog-like officials and nobles who live in a drunken stupor. We're going to be hunters. General Yun is the commander. Everyone, don't you think so? Zhou Quan and the others shouted in unison. Thank you for Lanlan's tip ***. Chapter 233. As Yunsheng watched, no matter how she looked at it, it felt like she was forcing a good girl into prostitution and becoming an outlaw. But at least she had achieved her goal. Wait a moment, the Yun family army has changed into the hunting corps. My second uncle is the regiment commander, that's right. But not everyone can become a hunter. We need to eliminate the weak. Among all of you, only those who can meet the basic requirements can join the newly established hunting corps. When Yunsheng said this, the hunters who had already calmed down immediately became agitated again. Where did this little girl come from? She's making a racket in our Yun family army. When we were risking our lives on the battlefield, you were still playing in the mud. The soldiers cursed. Zhou Quan, who was at the side, anxiously scratched his head. If not for the fact that Yunsheng called Yun Songlong's second uncle, who knew what dirty jokes would have come out of this group of boorish men's mouths. When Zhou Quan heard this, his hair stood on end. Oh no, this group of people who didn't fear death, they still didn't know the power of this little fiend from the Yun family. I know you guys are not convinced. I forgot to tell you guys, second uncle is your regiment commander, and I will be your vice regiment commander from now on. Whoever is not convinced, come out and compete. The opponent is the Oriole. I forgot to mention, she is the first female hunter that our regiment has just recruited. Yunxing placed the Oriole in front of everyone. Oriole. Wasn't that the daughter of Huang Xiaowei's family? How could such a lass who couldn't even carry a weapon be a hunter? The soldiers instantly regained their strength. If even the Oriole could become a hunter, what were they worried about? They were the Yun family army after all, and had killed people in their early years and gone onto the battlefield. Let's compete. As long as we win, we'll be considered victorious, right? A few tall and burly middle-aged soldiers with dark faces walked out. I'll give you two choices. The first is called the weighted horse riding stance. Anyone who can defeat the Oriole can stay and become a hunter. The second one is called bone marrow cleansing. I have a special beast blood solvent here that can improve one's physique. If you can successfully pass the bone marrow cleansing, you can still stay. Yunxing explained the recruitment rules of the hunting corps in a few words. The hunting corps did not raise useless people. The Yun family army had more than 1,000 people, so it was inevitable that only the fittest would survive. The hunters were stimulated by Yunxing. Thinking that they still had 2 more chances, they all became excited. Among all the choices, the easiest one was undoubtedly the first one, which was to compete with the Oriole in the horse riding stance. How difficult could it be to stand in the horse stance? Back when they were new recruits, which one of them didn't stand out? Little girl Oriole, let's have a match. A group of Yun family soldiers surrounded Oriole. The Oriole smiled and calmly took out the 50-kilogram iron sand bag that he had brought from the Wushuan Limitless School. In less than an hour, there were already over 100 people lying on the floor of the Yun family's military base. The Oriole neatly stopped and exhaled. His face was full of energy. The Yun family soldiers all sucked in a breath of cold air. Strange, too strange. It seemed that the first choice was not feasible. That little girl Oriole actually had a cultivation level higher than that of a martial scholar. They had really misjudged him this time. Deputy Commander, let's choose bone marrow cleansing. Another group of people quickly surrounded Yunxing. Yunxing smiled and took out a bottle of red beast blood solution. Seeing the red liquid, the Oriole's face flashed with a trace of reluctance. Poor uncles and big brothers. Should she tell them that bone marrow cleansing was the worst thing of all? The beast blood solution that Yunxing had improved was undoubtedly much more effective and successful. However, the improvement of the medicine also brought about a considerable side effect. The process of bone marrow cleansing was incomparably painful. It was as if there were 10,000 needles piercing the body. Only those with a will as strong as iron could endure it. Another hour passed. Within the Yun family army, there was a burst of wailing and howling. In just one day, the Yun family army that had originally numbered more than 1,000 was reduced to just over 200 people. These people had either persevered through the horse riding stance or had gone through the painful bone marrow cleansing, opening up all the meridians and do qi in their bodies and breaking through to martial scholars. Seeing that they had passed the test, everyone's brows were raised in joy. You all thought that what you did just now was already very good, right? Wrong, very wrong. Everything that you went through just now, Oriole and I have already gone through several months ago. Those who could not persevere through it are the real sickly men who are even worse than women. Yunxing's expression was serious, and her words were full of dignity. His joy and relief immediately vanished into thin air. They had been busy for half a day, but they could not even compare to 2 little girls. Among all of you, we will choose another 50 people to be official members. The remaining 150 people will be reserve members. As for how to choose, the process is very simple. Each of you will bring a bottle of hemostatic medicine and a weapon to enter the Lamar Hills in the northwest. Anyone who can kill a 4th-level magical beast can become an official member. Official members will have the opportunity to obtain a set of Wuxuan Limitless School's battle techniques. After Yunxing finished speaking, she prepared a set of weapons and hemostatic medicine and gave them to everyone. Without rations or water, they would enter the Lamar Hills in the western part of Zhou State, which was known as the Death Hill. Even Yun Songlong did not know about Yunxing's decision. He originally thought that there would be someone among the soldiers who would stand out to refute her, but to Yun Songlong's surprise, no one stood out. They silently took the weapons and hemostatic medicine. 10 people in a row, a total of 20 rows, and headed towards the northwest. They were not idiots. Although the horse riding stance and bone marrow cleansing was extremely difficult, they all discovered that during this process, the doqi in their bodies had increased by a large amount in a short period of time. They wanted to survive. They wanted to become the hunting corps that would shock Zhou State and even the entire continent. Everything that happened today was just the beginning. A month later, when the 200 Yun family soldiers, who looked like beggars, returned to their encampment, their clothes were ragged and their bodies were covered with all kinds of wounds. However, their eyes were as bright as snow, emitting a radiance that was not inferior to that of wild beasts. The soldiers who were still guarding the encampment almost could not recognize them. In an orderly manner, the 200 people, without exception, brought the 4th-level magical beasts they brought back to Yunxing and Yun Songlong. None of the 200 people died. All of them completed their mission. They knelt down in unison, their movements were orderly and uniform. Their voices pierced through the sea of clouds. General Yun. Young Master Yun, we are back. In an instant, the Yun family encampment was filled with thunderous cheers from top to bottom. After 8 years, the Yun family army that had been silent for a long time was disbanded. A new hunting corps named Sky Attack was quietly registered and established in Zhou State's hunting corps. Chapter 234. Not long after the Sky Expedition Hunting Corps was established, Yun Songlong changed the way everyone addressed him in order to avoid suspicion. Everyone called him Regiment Leader Yun. Yunxing also had another nickname in the hunting corps. It wasn't some vice regiment leader. Behind their backs, all the hunters called Yunxing Young Master Yun. Yunxing's previous training made the entire hunting corps fearful of her. The regiment leader was the lord, so the vice regiment leader was naturally Young Master Yun. If the regiment leader was angry, they would be punished according to military law. But if Young Master Yun was angry, the consequences would be severe. Not long after the hunting corps was established, everyone couldn't wait to register their names in the Hunters Guild to accept missions. But after a long time, the Sky Expedition Hunting Corps still hadn't received a single mission. This made the hunters who originally thought that they would be able to start work very quickly feel a little depressed. Yunxing was used to it. Huang Tang and the other two were on a mission in another country. But when Wenren Xiu found out that Yunxing wanted to establish a hunting corps, she had already reminded Yunxing. Before a hunting corps became famous, it would take about 1 to 2 years. This was because the hunting corps also had a process of accumulating fame. Yunxing mentally prepared herself and secretly gave some money to second uncle. She had already prepared herself to endure for the next 1 to 2 years. Who knew that not long after, there would be an unexpected piece of news? The Sky Expedition Hunting Corps had received a mission and it was a team mission. After Yunxing heard this news from the Oriole, she immediately rushed back to the encampment. At the encampment, she even met someone unexpected. Why are the two of you here? Yunxing discovered Yi Baiming and Qing Bai in the encampment. Hey, young Master Yun, these two brothers said that they are your men and are here to support us in completing this mission. Zhou Quan and the rest of the brothers heard Yunxing's voice and all of them excitedly came out. Zhou Quan's face was filled with excitement. He was the one who had discovered the first mission of the Sky Hunting Corps. If he hadn't been quick enough, such a good mission would have been snatched away by someone else. We're here to help. Don't you know who issued the mission your hunters just accepted? Yi Baiming smiled. Combat Strength said that she could send Yi Baiming and Qing Bai to serve Yunxing, but Yunxing admitted that she couldn't move these two big shots, so she didn't invite them over. Who knew that the two of them were also well informed? They had rushed over the moment the hunting squad received their first mission. Zhou Quan, tell me, what's going on with this mission? Yunxing also felt that something was amiss. This is an international mission, and the reward is 500 gold coins. The client is a girl, a delicate girl. Zhou Quan chuckled. As usual, he went to the Hunters Guild to see if there were any suitable missions for the hunting squad. Coincidentally, he met a delicate girl who was accompanied by a maid. From her dressing, he could tell that she was a young miss from a wealthy family. That young miss obviously didn't frequent places like the Hunters Guild. She paced back and forth at the entrance for a while, but didn't enter. Zhou Quan went forward to ask and found out that the young miss was planning to go to Later Qin to collect a type of medicinal herb. She needed some hunters to escort her. Did the young miss say what type of herb it was? Yunxing felt that something was amiss. If it was just a normal herb, why would she need to go to Later Qin to collect it? Zhou Quan was most likely tricked by someone. What's it called again? Something leaf something ginseng. I heard that it's a type of herb that grows beside Luoxia City in Later Qin. Zhou Quan was a boor and didn't know many words. He remembered that the young miss took out a picture. Isn't the herb on the picture purple in color? Does it have many leaves and look similar to ginseng? Yunxing's heart thumped as she felt that something was wrong. Yes, young Master Yun, you're really amazing. It's as if you saw it with your own eyes. It's purple like ginseng. Zhou Quan laughed foolishly. Multi-leafed sage ginseng, this idiot. He actually agreed to help someone find a holy herb. Don't tell me that you took the initiative to accept the mission. Yunxing rubbed her eyebrows. She shouldn't have chosen Zhou Quan to be the liaison for the hunting squad. That young miss gave me 100 gold coins as a deposit and asked me to choose 20 hunters to set off with them. 3 days later, we will meet at the East City Gate. After collecting the herb, I will pay the remaining 400 gold coins. Zhou Quan saw that the other party was straightforward and thought about the 20 hunters. After deducting the 100 gold coins, there would still be 400 gold coins left. 20 gold coins per person was quite worth it. After all, Zhou State and Latter Qin were neighbors. That young miss also agreed to cover all the expenses along the way. In Zhou Quan's eyes, this kind of mission was a good deal that fell from the sky. Yunxing was depressed when she heard this. Only newcomers like the Heaven Expedition hunting squad wouldn't know what a 6-leafed sage ginseng was. Moreover, 6-leafed sage ginseng might not even appear in Luoxia City. How could a holy herb be collected just because they wanted to? This time, Brother Zhou is going to make a big mistake. 20 hunters are far from enough. Do you know the true identity of that young miss? And this time, who exactly is the client behind the scenes? Yi Baiming's face was full of emotions when he heard the whole story. It's that idiot crown prince, Yi Bailian. As for the person who gave the mission, it's Chen Lian, Cheng Bai interrupted. What? It was actually that arrogant and idiotic crown prince who gave the mission. After Yunxing heard about the person who gave the mission, she understood that they couldn't escape from this mission. Moreover, Zhou Quan had already accepted the other party's deposit. According to the Hunters Guild's rules, new hunting squads weren't allowed to break the contract after receiving the deposit. If they broke the contract, all the members of the hunting squad would be added to the Hunters Guild's blacklist. In the next 12 months, they wouldn't be allowed to accept any missions. However, while Yunsheng was vexed, she immediately came up with an idea. If the news about the six-leafed sage ginseng was really released by Yi Balian and Chen Lian, then the news about the purple ginseng in latter Qin's Luoxia city might be true. Previously, she didn't have any news about the six-leafed sage ginseng. If they could really find the six-leafed sage ginseng, then there might be hope for the sage ginseng 10,000 kilogram pill that could cure second uncle's arm. Night Fox, what exactly is going on? If the crown prince wanted to find the herb, why didn't he directly send the army to search for it? Instead, why did he hide it and hire a civilian hunting squad? Yunsheng was very suspicious. We have to start from the blood cloud beast to explain the ins and outs of the matter. We also accidentally found out that the crown prince was injured and urgently needed the holy herb sage ginseng that had 6-leafed and above to treat his injury. Yi Baiming finally told Yunsheng the news that he had heard earlier. Chapter 235. It all started with the blood cloud beast's soul stone from a few months ago. After Crown Prince Yi Balian obtained the blood cloud beast's soul stone, he kept it carefully. He spent the next 2 months trying to become a master sorcerer. Finally, he reached the bottleneck of the master sorcerer level a few days ago. Yi Balian couldn't wait to find the soul stone as he prepared to advance to the time rank. He was going to use it for fusion. The blood cloud beast was extremely rare on the mainland. It was comparable to a level 7 or 8 magic beast. Yi Balian had heard people say that once the soul stone of the blood cloud beast was fused into the magic scepter, it would definitely have a mysterious effect. Moreover, the blood cloud beast's soul stone might also contain the long-lost 8 desolation spell. Fusing with the soul stone immediately after the breakthrough was undoubtedly the best result. This time, the blood cloud beast's soul stone came at the right time. When he thought of how he asked Yi Baiming to hand over the soul stone in front of everyone from Wushuan Everlasting House, Yi Balian felt a sense of pride. Yi Baiming, so what if you're brave and warlike? Father thinks that you're an ominous person. You'll be like that damned mother of yours. Once you've lost your value, you can go to hell. Yi Balian was 1 year older than Yi Baiming. He had seen Yi Baiming's mother before. She was also the most beautiful woman in Zhou State, Empress Li. He still remembered that the first time he saw Empress Li was in the palace. His mother brought him to pay respects to Empress Li, the legendary woman who single-handedly supported the Emperor of Zhou State, appeared accompanied by a group of palace maids. When Yi Balian saw her, he felt dizzy. He only felt that in front of Empress Li, his mother became insignificant. Her skin was as white as snow, her lips were full, and her eyes were captivating. Her long hair was tied up high like a pile of dark clouds. In front of Empress Li, all the women in the harem were just decorations. That kind of beauty could only be found in the sky. It was just that Yi Balian didn't understand why his imperial father didn't like the beautiful Empress Li and instead doted on his seemingly weak mother, Empress Qi. It was only when Yi Balian grew older that he found out about this from some of the old palace servants. The Emperor of Zhou State did not like Empress Li because she was too perfect. The current Empress of Zhou State was Yi Balian's mother. She was the daughter of the Emperor of Zhou State's mentor. The Emperor of Zhou State and Yi Baiming's mother could be considered as childhood sweethearts. They grew up together. When the Emperor of Zhou State was still a prince, he married the eldest daughter of the richest merchant in Zhou State, Madame Li. She later became Yi Baiming's mother. Relying on the money and the aid from Yi Baiming's mother's family, the Emperor of Zhou State finally ascended to the throne of Crown Prince. However, half a year after he was made the Crown Prince and married the Crown Princess, he used the excuse that the Crown Princess had no children to invite the secondary consort Qi to his home. At that time, Madame Qi was already pregnant with the current Crown Prince, Yi Balian, who was 6 months old. Outsiders felt that it was unfair for Empress Li. As the daughter of the richest merchant in Zhou State, Empress Li wasn't just famous for her beauty. She was proficient in the four arts, poetry, and even the art of war and magic. She even relied on her wealth and ability to establish a frightening secret force in the great Zhou Empire. From assassination to support, she had trusted Empress Li's subordinates, including the hunters and the Temple of Dharma. The Emperor of Zhou State was able to rise above the other princes because of Empress Li. Logically speaking, after the Emperor of Zhou State ascended the throne, he would definitely dote on Empress Li. However, outsiders always said that the Emperor of Zhou State relied on a woman to ascend the throne. For the Emperor of Zhou State, who cared a lot about his reputation, he naturally couldn't allow his woman to be more outstanding than him. He was even more worried that with Empress Li's ability, she would one day surpass him. However, Yi Balian's mother, Madame Qi, was the exact opposite. She had always been weak and gentle, accompanying the Emperor of Zhou State. When she saw Empress Li, she was also respectful and swallowed her anger. In the end, Empress Li died and Madame Qi took over. Yi Balian couldn't help but feel proud. He thought to himself that Empress Li was very similar to Yi Biming. Both mother and son had unparalleled beauty and were equally cold. They always kept a distance from others. His innate air of nobility made him unconsciously feel ashamed of himself. But so what? Victory still belonged to him and his mother in the end. Looking at the soul stone in his hand, Yi Balian laughed heartily. Yi Balian didn't expect that he would make such a huge mistake because of this soul stone this time. Yi Balian's ability was far from enough to fuse with that soul stone. Hence, he even hired 2 assistant sorcerers from the Crown Prince's residence to protect him. After all, he had already fused with magic soul stones several times. There shouldn't be too much of a problem. The Violent Earth Bear's soul stone, which was filled with vitality and magic elements, kept spinning in the magic array. Yi Balian kept absorbing the magic power in the magic array. Just as he was at the last step of the fusion and the soul stone was about to be embedded in the magic scepter. In the middle of the soul stone, there was a trace of dark magical element that could not be seen clearly. It quietly entered Yi Balian's body through his magic scepter. There was a sudden sharp pain in his blood vessels. Yi Balian let out a blood-curdling scream and spat out a mouthful of blood. The Violent Earth Bear's soul stone instantly cracked open. After the soul stone cracked, the magic elements hidden inside shot out like arrows. The magic elements collided with Yi Balian's magic scepter, causing it to shatter. When the 2 sorcerers who were protecting him saw this, they were shocked. They immediately cast spells to block the magic elements that were shooting everywhere like bullets. Soul Stone. My soul stone. Yi Balian roared furiously. He couldn't take it lying down as he watched the blood cloud beast's soul stone crack before his eyes. The magic elements in his body were in a mess. At the last moment, he actually failed to fuse with the soul stone. What he didn't know was that the reason for his failure at the last moment was the almost negligible dark magic element in the soul stone. Yi Balian was so angry that he choked on a mouthful of blood. His eyes rolled back, and he fainted. Before he fainted, he only had time to instruct his servants to summon Chen Lian immediately. When Chen Lian arrived, the Crown Prince was already unconscious. Crown Prince, what happened to you? Chen Lian hurriedly asked Song Song from the Royal Magic Academy to check on the Crown Prince's condition. The Crown Prince failed to fuse with the Soul Stone. The magic elements in his body backfired and injured his body and Dharma soul. Song Song shook his head after checking. Injured his Dharma soul? Is there a way to heal the Crown Prince? Chen Lian was also very worried. If anything happened to the Crown Prince, she wouldn't be able to keep her position as the Crown Princess. It's easier said than done to heal the Dharma soul. Not only did the crown prince hurt his Dharma soul, his body was also severely injured. Let's get the imperial physician to check on him first before making a decision, Zhang Song suggested. Chapter 236. The news of the crown prince's injury was not publicized. The North Underworld King's reputation had risen greatly in the past 2 years. At this time, if news of the crown prince's soul being destroyed and that he was unconscious were to spread, it would definitely shock the entire court. Chen Lian secretly asked the Grand Elder's physician to take the crown prince's pulse, but the latter remained silent. Replying to Miss, the crown prince's injury is very serious. I'm afraid it will be difficult for him to recover. After the physician took a look, he was also unable to treat the crown prince. There's no way to treat him. Is there no way at all? Seeing that the crown prince had been unconscious for a night, Chen Lian was also uncertain. She was afraid that when Empress Qi found out, she would be held responsible for not reporting the matter. Perhaps we can find the Grand Elder of the Medicine Emperor Pavilion to treat him. Perhaps there is still some hope. That physician was originally from the Medicine Emperor Pavilion. Helpless, he could only go to the Medicine Emperor Pavilion to seek help. The Grand Elder of the Medicine Emperor Pavilion had been in seclusion for many years. Who would have thought that de Guosho would reject his invitation? Old man. I gave him face, but he didn't want it. See if I don't get the crown prince to close down the Medicine Emperor Pavilion. Chen Lian flew into a rage out of humiliation. Young miss, please calm down. Although the great national hand did not come, he sent one of his own medicine men to bring it over. That medicine man called Qi Fangfei is currently waiting outside the palace to pass on the message, the doctor hurriedly reported. The crown prince was narrow-minded. Everyone in the palace knew that. If they offended him, they might not be able to leave alive tomorrow. Qi Fangfei was brought in. She looked at the crown prince's pale face from afar and ignored Chen Lian, who was standing at the side. Seeing this, Chen Lian's eyes flashed with dissatisfaction. But thinking of the crown prince's condition, she suppressed the anger in her heart. You are the medicine man. The Grand Elder's #1 medicine man. Yes, I am. The Grand Elder is currently refining a new batch of pills and is unable to meet guests. But he heard about the crown prince's injury and ordered me to bring the pills over. Qi Fangfei was neither servile nor overbearing. She did not have a good impression of the Grand Elder's residence. If it did not involve a physician recommended by the Medicine Emperor Pavilion, she would not have bothered to come. Qi Fangfei took out a bottle of pills and ordered a maid to feed the crown prince. After eating it, the crown prince quickly woke up. Crown prince? Are you all right? Chen Lian was overjoyed. My body is still weak and I don't have much energy. This is. Yi Balian tried to circulate his qi after waking up, but he quickly realized that he couldn't feel any Dharma power in his Dharma soul. Crown Prince, there's no need to try. Your body hasn't recovered yet. It's just that I've used the Great Nation Hand to refine a pill to temporarily protect your heart. There's only one way to treat the Crown Prince's injuries, and that's to find the sacred herb, 6-leaf sage herb. Even in front of the Empress and the Crown Prince, Qi Fangfei neither bowed nor paid her respects. After she brought the message, she was too lazy to explain and went back to the Great National Hand to report. 6-leaf sage. The Crown Prince and Chen Lian, who didn't know much about medicine, immediately asked the doctors in the Fu. After asking, they learned that the 6-leaf purple ginseng was an extremely valuable sacred medicine herb. Saint-grade medicinal herbs were not ordinary medicinal herbs. They could only be found by chance and were rarely seen in 100 years. Especially the 6-leaf sage ginseng, its rarity was one of the best among the saint-grade herbs. Sage ginseng only had a single purple leaf every 100 years. To grow 6 leaves, it would take a total of 600 years. Zhou State didn't have a medicinal herb like the 6-leaf sage herb. Legend had it that in later Qin, this sacred herb had once appeared. Later Qin. Why did it have to be later Qin? If it was any other country, they could secretly send envoys to other countries to borrow the herb. But it just had to be later Qin. The relationship between Zhou State and later Qin was very complicated. The two countries' borders were connected to the north and south, and they were both countries that ruled by martial arts. A few years ago, they had been constantly fighting. Later, under the agreement of the martial saint experts of the two countries, they signed a ceasefire agreement. On the surface, there hadn't been any real conflicts, but in reality, there had been small skirmishes at the border. No matter what, this crown prince's soul cannot be destroyed. No matter what method we use, we must find the 6-leaf sage herb. The crown prince had obtained a bottle of medicinal pills from the great national hand of the medicine emperor's pavilion that could temporarily stop his injuries. Then let's report this to the emperor and ask him to send an army to later Qin to ask for the 6-leaf sage herb, Chen Lianer suggested. No, we can't let Zhou State do it, and we can't let father know about this. When I asked for the soul stone, I patted my chest and promised that this time, my cultivation would definitely break through to become a master sorcerer. Now, not only did I fail to advance, I almost became a cripple. Yi Balian couldn't hold back his anger. Then what should we do? If we don't use an army, how are we going to travel such a long distance to later Qin? Crossing the country's borders requires a pass. Chen Lianer was also a little angry, complaining that the crown prince was being unreasonable. The pass isn't only available to the army. The hunters that roam around the country all year round, especially the hunting squad, also have a pass. Immediately go to the Hunters Guild in Yujing and issue a normal mission to find medicinal herbs. Find a hunting squad of about 20 people, and we will set off for later Qin today. This time, Yi Balian made his decision very quickly. After hearing this, Chen Lianer thought about it. It seemed that the crown prince's words were feasible. Since the medicine emperor pavilion's disciple said so, then the 6-leaf purple ginseng would definitely be able to cure the crown prince's injury. Chen Lianer reported this matter to Chen Gu. Chen Gu used some methods and finally found out that the 6-leaf purple ginseng had appeared in the Luoxia wetlands. In order to hide it from others, they secretly entered later Qin. In the end, the crown prince decided to let Chen Lianer go to the Hunters Guild and find a hunting squad to escort them to later Qin. The hunting squad couldn't be too weak, but it also couldn't be a well-known hunting squad in the country. Chen Lianer went to the Hunters Guild and asked around. She found that there were almost no hunting squads that fit the above criteria. Coincidentally, Zhou Quan and a few others passed by at this time. Seeing such a young and beautiful girl like Chen Lianer distressed, Zhou Quan recklessly went up to strike a conversation with her. Chen Lianer saw that their cultivation wasn't bad. After asking around, she found out that they were a hunting squad that had just been established. Chen Lianer took the opportunity to hire this hunting squad. Only then did Yunxing know the whole story of the matter. Young Master Yun, did we get into big trouble? Zhou Quan finally understood. They had actually accepted a mission from the Crown Prince of Zhou State. Although they had never met the Crown Prince of Zhou State, they had all heard that the Crown Prince of Zhou State wasn't someone who was easy to get along with. Not only did we get into big trouble, we got into big trouble. We've already accepted this mission. You guys go pick 20 brothers first. I'll go to the dojo to arrange the matters at hand. We'll set off on the next day, Yunxing said gloomily. Hey, I say, godly Dr. Yun, why are you still picking people? Aren't there 2 already standing here? Qing Bai's pretty face immediately came up. Asterisk, thank you, thank you. Ching Shang and Delancey's tips. A certain Fu Zi, who is in a weak state, thanks everyone for their encouragement and votes. Chapter 237. When Yunxing heard Qing Bai's voice, she glanced at Yi Baiming, who was standing leisurely at the side. Her face reddened slightly as she lectured Zhou Quan, "Why would a stranger appear in our encampment?" Zhou Quan muttered, "That person said he's your retainer. I think he looks decent and doesn't look like a swindler." The hunters at the side all shouted loudly. "Zhou Quan, you're not being honest with your words. Little brother Jun clearly said that he's young Master Yun's man. He said that he's worried that young Master Yun would encounter danger while on a mission, so he wants to go with everyone." The people in the military camp were all men. Usually, they would speak without thinking. But now that they were calling him a man, Yunxing, who was very thick-skinned, blushed. "Who said that he's my man? This great aunt has nothing to do with him at all." Yunxing didn't know what kind of messy thoughts Night Fox had instilled in this group of men while she wasn't around. "Hey, come on, young Master Yun. You women just love to do this. My wife said that you women, the more you say no, the more you say no, the more you say yes." The men roared with laughter. Yunxing almost choked on her breath. She glared at Yi Baiming and pulled him to the side. "What are you doing here?" Yunxing said irritably. "Naturally, I'm here to help you. I'm your retainer. If you're in danger, I naturally have to be your human shield." Yi Baiming smiled flirtatiously. His words all fell into the ears of the hunters who were eavesdropping at the side. Everyone jeered together, "Young Master Yun, just give in. Such a good man, there won't be anyone like him after this village. Do you know who he is?" "He's Shou State's Baiming Wang," Yunxing said irritably. The hunters were all shocked and stared at Yi Baiming non-stop. "Young Master Yun, your husband is actually a prince. That's amazing." The hunters admired Yunxing even more now. They couldn't tell that not only did their deputy commander know medicine, she could also make friends with a big shot like the Northern Underworld prince. "Everyone, there is no need to panic. It doesn't matter if I'm a prince or Miss Yun's retainer. The moment I stand here, everyone can just treat me as a member of the hunting corps. Qing Bai, distribute the meat and wine we brought to our brothers." Yi Baiming smiled and asked Qing Bai to take out the meat and wine that they had prepared earlier. This dazzled everyone's eyes. The way everyone looked at Yi and Qing instantly changed. To this group of hunters, anyone who had meat and wine was a good brother. After weighing the pros and cons, Yunxing still decided to take on this mission. Personal grudges aside, the six-leaf sage herb was very important to her. In order to prevent Yun Songlong from objecting, Yunxing ordered everyone not to tell Yun Songlong about going to later Qin. As for Qing Bai and Yi Baiming, Yunxing only chose Yi Baiming to accompany her. As for Qing Bai, she decided to leave him in the hunting corps in case the hunting corps received other missions when she wasn't around. In addition, Yunxing also chose many hunters with Zhou Quan as their leader. Considering that the places where sage herbs had appeared in Luoxia City were mostly wetlands and swamps, this kind of terrain had a lot of miasma. Yunxing didn't know much about poisons, so she brought Qi with her. For this trip to later Qin, the Sky Expedition Hunting Corps was well prepared. However, on the day of departure, Yunxing encountered something that made her very unhappy. "Where is everyone? We agreed to wait at the East City Gate at noon, but there isn't even a shadow." After waiting for more than an hour, they saw a few palanquins stop in front of the East City Gate. After seeing those palanquins, Yunxing and Yi Baiming raised their eyebrows. In Zhou State, only Crown Prince Yi Balian dared to use a golden palanquin. As expected, the first to get off the sedan chair was the crown prince of the great Zhou dynasty, Yi Balian. Following the crown prince's sedan chair was the enchanting beauty Qinlian. In the last sedan chair sat an unfamiliar man. "What are you doing here?" Qinlian alighted from the palanquin like a peacock spreading its tail. When she saw the handsome Yi Biming, she couldn't help but be delighted. However, she immediately saw Yunxing, who was standing shoulder to shoulder with Yi Biming. Yi Biming was dressed in black, Rumo was dressed in black, and Yunxing was dressed in a blue magic master's robe. When the two of them stood together, there was an indescribable harmony. The surrounding people couldn't help but look at the two of them. When they saw Yunxing, Crown Prince Yi Balian revealed a stunned expression, while Qinlian revealed a look of hatred. She had always thought that she was the most outstanding woman in Yujing City. However, Yunxing, who was standing beside Yi Biming, destroyed her thoughts. Yunxing wasn't a woman who would shock people at first glance. However, the moonlight radiating from her body, as well as her indifferent expression no matter who or what she faced, unconsciously attracted people's attention. At first, Qinlian couldn't recognize Yunxing. After all, Yunxing's appearance and figure had changed a lot after her advancement. However, when she saw the magic scepter on Yunxing's waist, she immediately understood Yunxing's identity. She didn't expect that the little girl who was still wet behind the ears a few months ago would transform into a delicate beauty in just a few months. "I'm the vice captain of the hunting corps that you hired. It doesn't matter whether I'm here or not. However, you made the entire hunting corps wait for an hour. Shouldn't you apologize?" Yunxing didn't care whether Qinlian was the employer or not. Impudent. Where did this reckless brat come from? How dare you insult the future crown princess? A man with a hooked nose walked out from the crown prince's entourage. The man's name was Wu Xiong. When he spoke, he even deliberately touched the summoner ring on his finger with a condescending expression. In Zhou State, there were very few summoners. Wu Xiong himself was a scepter summoner. He wasn't originally from Zhou State. He was a collateral descendant of a small family in Penglai. In Penglai, where summoners gathered, he was only a third-rate person. Because of this, he wasn't valued in his family and was depressed. Therefore, he came to Zhou State. Coincidentally, the Crown Prince's mansion was recruiting aides. As a summoner, Wu Xiong was treated very well. It turned out that although Wu Xiong came to the Crown Prince's mansion, he didn't have a chance to show his talent. When he accidentally learned that the Crown Prince was going to go to Later Qin incognito, he volunteered and claimed that he had been to Luoxia City. He wanted to use this opportunity to show his talent in front of the Crown Prince. Yi Balian's trip was a secret operation. He didn't dare to bring too many people. Except for a few secret guards, he only brought 2 magicians and the summoner Wu Xiong. As soon as Wu Xiong finished speaking, he was slapped in the face and his whole body flew out. Everyone only felt a gust of cold wind on their faces. A black shadow flashed by. In the next moment, Wu Xiong disappeared with a whoosh. "Who? How dare you hit me?" Wu Xiong didn't see clearly who did it. In fact, except for Yunxing, no one saw clearly who did it. "It was me who hit you." "Why? Do you want to hit me back?" The cold voice instantly made the surrounding temperature drop to 0. Chapter 238. Lord Biming was the one who hit him. Chen Lianer's face was so dark that water could be wrung out of it. What was his relationship with Yunxing? "You! Lord Biming, why are you with this low, female sorcerer?" Wu Xiong's face was slapped by Yi Biming. His mouth hurt. He spat out a mouthful of saliva and found that it was a mouthful of blood. There were also a few broken teeth mixed in the blood. As a summoner, how could he be a match for Lord Biming, who was a warrior, without a summoned beast? Wu Xiong finally remembered that he had a master. He hurriedly looked at the Crown Prince for help. Crown Prince Yi Balian secretly sized up Yunsheng. He could tell that her relationship with Yi Biming was not shallow. He had been attracted by Yunsheng's special aura. Chen Lianer also said that Yunsheng was also a student of the Royal Magic Academy. How could he not have noticed such an otherworldly beauty? Second brother, Wu Xiong is my aide. You should at least give a reason for hurting him. Yi Biming was displeased. Yi Biming was not giving him face by teaching his aide a lesson in public. This was the second time that Yi Biming had humiliated him in public. I am her retainer. If someone humiliates her, I naturally have to retaliate. I only gave him a slap because of the Crown Prince. Otherwise, it would not have been as simple as a slap. Yi Biming had a cool smile on his face. Retainer. Nonsense. You are a prince of Zhou State. How can you be a retainer for a commoner? Yi Balian was shocked. Chen Lianer clenched her fists. Her red nails almost broke in her palms. Could it be that Yi Biming had fallen in love with that bitch? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Back then, when she had no choice but to switch to the Crown Prince for the sake of her family's interests, he had been depressed for a long time. He must have known about the hostile relationship between him and that wretched girl. That was why he offered to be her retainer. Big brother, who said that retainers are inferior? Have you forgotten that our great-grandfather, Emperor Chongning of Zhou State, was once someone's retainer? Yi Biming still had an elegant smile on his face. Great-grandfather was once a retainer, but his retainer later became the esteemed law overlord, Empress March. On the other hand, she's just an ordinary sorceress. How can the two of them be mentioned in the same breath? Yi Balian looked down on Yunsheng. At most, this young girl was just good-looking. The relationship between Empress Mar and Zhou State's Emperor Chongning had always been a legend on the mainland. The two had met in the mainland's elite camp. They had met when they were 16, and they had remained good friends until the end of their lifespans. During this time, Emperor Chongning served as Empress Mar's martial retainer for 10 years, accompanying her through the bloodshed and power struggles of the Law Temple, all the way until Empress Mar ascended to the position of Law Overlord. The relationship between the two was like that of lovers, but also like that of close friends. No one knew the truth. However, before Empress Mar died, she had said that her ashes would be buried with Emperor Chongning. No one expected that Yi Biming would compare his relationship with Yunsheng to Emperor Chongning and Empress Mar. In my eyes, she's not an ordinary person. She's not even 8 years old, but she's already an archmage. Who can guarantee that she won't become the second Empress Mar in the future? An archmage under the age of 8 was rare in Zhou State. Chen Lianer was an archmage, but she was already 11 years old. As for the Crown Prince, he was 13 years old and was only a peak archmage. A 7-year-old archmage might be rare in Zhou State, but it's nothing in the Law Temple. What right does she have to be compared to Empress Mar? Chen Lianer saw that Yi Biming was protecting Yunsheng and felt even more indignant. She couldn't help but reprimand him. Then what if she wasn't even an apprentice magician before she was 6 years old? Chen Lianer was speechless. She wasn't even an apprentice magician before she was 6 years old. Looking at Yunsheng's magic scepter, there were indeed 2 soul stones embedded in it. This meant that she had broken through to become an archmage in the past year. With such talent, she would be considered a monster even in the Law Temple. Her surname is Yun. Could she be the daughter of sky magician Yun Songlong? Wu Xiong muttered. In the Great Zhou dynasty, to have such talent and coincidentally have the surname Yun, and looking at her age, Yunsheng's identity was self-evident. Seeing that everyone's eyes were focused on her, Yunxing couldn't help but feel a headache coming on. However, thinking about it carefully, it didn't feel bad to have someone protecting her like this. Perhaps having a retainer would be pretty good too. But thinking about Yi Baiming's identity, Yunxing immediately suppressed this thought. Now that they knew Yunxing's identity, the Crown Prince's group was more courteous to her. After setting off, apart from the Crown Prince's own horse carriage, the hunting corps also gave Yunxing a ride in the carriage to take care of Yunxing. This made Wu Xiong very unhappy. She was just an archmage. What was there to be proud of? He originally thought that since he had come to the Great Zhou Empire, based on the principle that rare things were precious, he would definitely be able to become the focus of this trip to the later Qin Empire. Who would have thought that Yunxing would appear out of nowhere? And that damned North Nether King. He was just a dethroned crown prince, but he dared to humiliate him in public. The more Wu Xiong thought about it, the angrier he became. At this moment, the carriage suddenly stopped. Chen Liener, who was full of smiles, put away a pot of fruit and lifted the curtain. Lord Wu, you must have worked hard. These are the fruits that the Crown Prince gave Liener. I have already chilled them with ice. They are very delicious. If Lord Wu doesn't mind, why don't you eat some? Chen Liener winked at Wu Xiong. She was already beautiful. With the fruits in her hands were as white as jade. Wu Xiong's heart itched. If he didn't know that Chen Liener was the crown princess, he really wanted to pull her into his arms and pamper her for a while. Crown princess is too polite. Wu Xiong doesn't deserve it. Wu Xiong hurriedly took the fruits from Chen Liener's hands. The comfort in his heart was like drinking a big mouthful of honey water. I really feel bad for Lord Wu. That little girl was famous for being domineering when she was in the Imperial Magic Academy. She actually dared to order the North Nether King to humiliate Lord Wu in public. Chen Liener sighed, looking as if she felt bad for Wu Xiong. Hearing this, Wu Xiong felt even more depressed. He didn't want to lose face in front of Chen Liener. I didn't bicker with that little girl because I was giving face to the North Nether King. If she really angers me, I only need to summon a magical beast to kill her. Wu Xiong wanted to show off his summoning skills. I'm afraid it's not good to kill her. But it's fine to teach her a small lesson. I just need to scare her. A trace of viciousness flashed through Chen Liener's eyes. Crown Princess is right. It's just dealing with a lowly girl. There's no need for me to do it personally. If Crown Princess doesn't like that female sorcerer, I can give you a medicine. As Wu Xiong spoke, he took out a bottle of medicine. This medicine was specially used to attract magical beasts. As long as it was sprinkled on a person's clothes or skin, they would become a piece of fatty meat that the magical beasts would drool over once they reached an area where magical beasts gathered. Wu Xiong maliciously gave Chen Liener the bottle of medicine. Chen Liener immediately thanked Wu Xiong. In her heart, she was secretly plotting how to scheme against Yunxing. Yunxing, don't blame me for being ruthless. If you want to blame someone, you can only blame yourself for provoking the man that I like. Chapter 239. Chen Liener wholeheartedly schemed against Yunxing, but what happened in the next few days made Chen Liener grit her teeth. Yi Baiming's retainer was truly a retainer. He really did not leave her side for 12 hours a day. Even if Chen Liener wanted to do something, she did not have the opportunity to do so. However, not everyone liked this kind of treatment. At least, Yunxing was very repulsed. Why are you sharing a carriage with me? Don't all men ride alone? Yunxing was annoyed. She looked at a certain man who was sitting in the carriage and leisurely flipping through a book. The Heaven Extermination Hunting Corps' trip this time had many carriages and few horses. Apart from a few women, the crown prince, Wu Xiong, and the others, most of the people rode horses. Even Qi, who Yunxing had pulled along, was no exception. However, when Yunxing squeezed into the carriage allocated to her, she discovered that Yi Baiming was already sitting in the carriage. Yi Baiming was fully prepared for this trip. There was a table, tea, fruits, snacks, and some books in the carriage. At this moment, Yi Baiming was leisurely reading a book. The carriage was considered spacious, but with a man who was no less than 1.8 meters tall, it immediately became much cramped. Yunsheng was sitting far away, but she could smell the rosin and mint fragrance coming from Yi Baiming's body. With Yi Baiming around, it was like carrying a portable incense burner with her. I am your retainer. A retainer is a personal bodyguard. That's why I can be at your beck and call, Yi Baiming said with a matter-of-fact expression. Personal bodyguard. Do you mean that you have to follow me wherever I eat or drink? Yunxing's face darkened. She did not think that anything would happen to her in a group of dozens of people. Besides, that stupid crown prince of Zhou state was also in the team. If something really happened, it would be him. If you need it, this prince will spare no effort to protect you. Yi Baiming glanced at Yunxing as the corners of his mouth curled up in a malicious smile. At this moment, the carriage jolted. Yunxing wasn't paying attention, so her body tilted and she bumped into Yi Baiming's arms. Yunxing's heart skipped a beat when she felt the warmth of his body. Yunxing had the urge to vomit blood. This fox was born to be her nemesis. Don't misunderstand. I have never really agreed to let you be my retainer. The reason why I asked you to come with me is because of the dual cultivation you mentioned earlier. I want to see if the effects of magic will be doubled if we cultivate together. Yunxing sat down and began to meditate. Under Yunxing's sleeping state, the redness on her face quickly faded and a pure light similar to moonlight appeared on her body. Yi Baiming chanted and quickly formed an independent magic barrier around the carriage. This way, even if the two of them did anything in the carriage, the outside world would not be able to hear it. After preparing everything, Yi Baiming also sat cross-legged and began to meditate. This carriage seemed to form an independent space. The light emitted by Yunxing and Yi Baiming's magic souls enveloped each other. The two of them felt that the magic elements in their bodies were unprecedentedly abundant. This was especially so for Yunxing. Although she did not know what level Yi Baiming's magic realm had reached, just by relying on the senses of her Dharma soul, Yunxing could feel that there was a scorching heat around him that was like the sun. If her magic soul was the moon, then Yi Baiming's magic soul was the sun. Under the effect of his magic soul, Yunxing's magic soul was slowly filling up. Yi Baiming also felt very subtle. Originally, he said that he wanted to cultivate both magic and magic in order to find an opportunity to be more intimate with Yunxing. Who would have thought that after meditating together today, he would also discover something special? In the past year, he had been killing blood cloud beasts everywhere. Firstly, it was to improve his cultivation infused with the beast's blood. However, because he was in too much of a hurry, there was a large amount of hostility and dark magic elements left in his body. Although these hostility and dark magic elements were suppressed by Yi Baiming's fighting aura, they would still flare up from time to time. Combat Strength had once said that if he couldn't find a way to channel them, it was very likely that he would one day explode like Shangwan Ta. But today, after meditating together with Yunxing, he felt that the dark magic elements and hostility in his body were gradually calming down. It was as if he was bathing under the moonlight, and his mood was at ease. This feeling would only appear when he was with Yunxing. The two of them influenced each other until half a day later, the convoy stopped in the wilderness. Your Highness, Lord Baiming, we set off a little late today and can't reach the next town in time. Let's set up camp in the wilderness today and sleep for the night. Zhou Quan's voice sounded. Yunsheng and Yi Baiming also woke up from their respective meditations. Zhou Quan looked at the sky and saw that it would be dark soon. It was difficult to travel at night. There were many forests and shrubs in this area. Bandits and the like were secondary. If they encountered a group of flying magical beasts, it would be the most difficult to deal with. After traveling for half a day, everyone looked tired. However, when Yunsheng and Yi Baiming alighted, both of them were in high spirits, especially Yunsheng. Her face was flushed, and her skin looked as if it was covered by a layer of moonlight, sparkling and translucent. However, Yunsheng and Yi Baiming were at odds with each other when it came to the allocation of tents. There are only a few dozen tents in the entire convoy. The Crown Prince brought more people over, so there aren't enough tents. I'm your retainer, so I naturally have to sleep in the same tent. Yi Baiming narrowed his eyes with a cunning expression. Although men and women should not touch each other, Yunsheng was only 7 or 8 years old, and Yi Baiming was only 11 or 12 years old. In the boundless continent, both of them could only be considered children, so it wouldn't be a source of gossip. Moreover, there weren't many rules when it came to camping in the wilderness. Miss Yun Lian has already ordered people to prepare a tent near the bonfire. There are only a few of us women in the convoy, so why don't we sleep together? Shen Lian took the initiative to express her goodwill. Shen Lian had mixed feelings about Yi Baiming. Due to her background, she had been groomed by her family as a candidate for the Crown Prince's consort since young. Everything she ate, wore, used, and spoke were all like this. Even when she got close to Yi Baiming, who was the Crown Prince at that time, it was also carefully planned. The unexpected appearance of Yi Baiming being crippled forced her to slightly change the trajectory of her life. Relying on her looks and family background, she quickly gained Yi Bailion's favor. She would still be the Crown Prince's consort of Zhou State. If she hadn't seen Yi Baiming the last time, her feelings probably wouldn't have changed much. However, Yi Baiming appeared again. Not only did he appear again, but he also changed his image from before. This man was like a fragrant poppy flower, unknowingly making people sink into him. Thank you very much. You can sleep in the same tent as me. Yunsheng had never felt that Chen Lian was so pleasing to the eye as she was today. Chen Lian politely led Yunsheng outside the tent and pointed to a mattress that had already been laid out on the ground. Yunsheng didn't stand on ceremony. After the sun set and everyone had a simple meal, Yunsheng closed her eyes and rested. She heard a rustling sound beside her, and a fragrance of cosmetics drifted over. When she heard the fragrance of cosmetics, Yunsheng immediately became alert. This fragrance wasn't right. Chapter 240. When Yunsheng smelled the fragrance of the rouge, she immediately became alert. This was not an ordinary rouge fragrance, but a kind of knockout powder with a knockout effect. As expected, this Chen Lianer was up to no good. Not long after the knockout powder drifted over, Chen Lianer probed, "Miss Yun, you seem to be very close to Duke Baiming. How did you two meet?" Yunsheng snorted vaguely. "Lord Baiming, the Crown Prince, and I were childhood sweethearts. He was very good to me back then," Chen Lian rambled on. It was nothing more than what had happened in the Great Zhou Palace when they were young. Chen Lianer only stopped when she heard a series of even breathing from Yunsheng's side. "Miss, she's asleep," Chen Lianer's maidservant asked. "It can't be wrong. If there's no antidote, a normal person only needs to smell a little of this knockout powder to faint. Lowly woman, how dare she try to steal my man?" Chen Lianer glared fiercely at Yunsheng, the gentleness from the day long gone. The master and maidservant took advantage of the time when Yunsheng was asleep to rummage through Yunsheng's clothes. "Miss, the powder that Master Wu said can attract magical beasts. As long as we sprinkle it on this woman, she definitely won't be able to escape tomorrow. There was the sound of clothes rustling. Yawn. Chen Lianer felt a gust of cold wind and couldn't help but sneeze. Put down the tent flap properly. Where did the cold wind come from? Chen Lianer was puzzled. The maidservant was also confused. She had checked all the doors and windows of the tent. Where did the cold wind come from? The two of them looked in the direction of Yunxing. She was still lying down. The two of them didn't notice that the magic scepter under Yunxing's body had strangely lit up when the cold wind blew. At dawn, Yunxing stretched herself comfortably. I slept so well last night. I didn't even know when you came in. Chen Lianer smiled guiltily. She watched as Yunxing changed into the clothes on the side, and a sinister smile flashed across her eyes. After exiting the tent, Yunxing saw Yi Baiming standing outside with dark circles under his eyes. She didn't look too good either. After Zhou Quan reorganized the troops, he dismantled the tents, reorganized the formation, and continued forward. After passing through the relatively flat plains, the hunting corps quickly entered Zhou State, the rather famous Huangdang waterfall area. There were many rivers in the Huangdang waterfall area, and there was an amazing waterfall at the mouth of the river. Zhou Quan had already explained to everyone on the way that if they wanted to head to the Sunset Wetlands, they had to first cross the Yellow Dang waterfall area. The water in this area was turbulent, and there were many water arrowfin fish at the bottom of the river. The water arrowfin fish was a 4th grade magic beast, and their king had even reached the 5th or 6th grade. Even though they weren't high-level magic beasts, they liked to move in groups. They also had wings and could jump out of the water at any time. The teeth of the fish were highly poisonous. Once it touched a wound, it would cause the skin and flesh to fester. The water arrowfin fish also liked to move in groups, and there could be thousands or even hundreds of them when they moved. But Zhou Quan also reminded everyone that there was no need to panic. The water arrowfin fish usually wouldn't attack people of their own accord. Zhou Quan's hometown was near the Huangdang waterfall. He hadn't arrived yet, but he had already ordered people to prepare a raft in the Huangdang waterfall area for everyone to cross the river. Everyone, don't panic. When you are on the boat, don't make a racket. 5 people to a bamboo raft. Zhou Quan arranged for everyone to cross the river one by one. Miss Yun, that boat still has 3 empty spots. Why don't we share a boat with him? Chen Lianer smiled as she pulled Yunxing's hand. Those who didn't know would think that they were very close. Seeing this, Yi Baiming had just taken a step forward when he heard Yunxing say, 5 people to a boat. Wang Yi, you should move to another boat. Yi Baiming glanced at Yunxing. Seeing her bright smile, and then looking at Chen Lianer and her servants on the same boat, he thought that something wasn't right. He didn't ask any more questions and boarded another bamboo raft. But from the corner of his eye, he kept looking at the bamboo raft that Yunxing was on. The boat entered the center of the river. Due to the rapid current, the bamboo raft kept spinning in place. Even though this area wasn't very scenic, there were many mountains on both sides of the river. It was a good place to enjoy the scenery. A gentle river breeze blew. Everyone was attracted by the spectacular scenery of the river. Ever since Chen Lianer boarded the bamboo raft, she had been calculating how to start her plan for today. She paid attention to the bamboo rafts around her. Yi Baiming and the others were clearly attracted by the scenery of the river. No one paid attention to her bamboo raft. The people on the bamboo raft were all her trusted aides. Looking at Yunxing, she also had an intoxicated expression on her face as she admired the riverside scenery. I'll let you be at ease for a while longer. Later, you'll lose your life to the beasts. Miss Yun, look at the center of the river. There seems to be something there. Chen Lianer suddenly spoke and pointed at a whirlpool in the center of the river. What? Why can't I see it clearly? Yunxing followed Chen Lianer's finger and looked. Chen Lianer gave her maid a look, and the maid immediately understood. She raised her hand and pushed Yunxing's back with all her might. But just as her hand was about to touch Yunxing's back, the Yunxing in front of her suddenly disappeared. The servant's hand missed and she staggered towards the surface of the river. Someone fell into the water. Yunxing, who had used the earth escape technique to dodge, shouted strangely. Chen Lianer was shocked. A splash of water appeared on the surface of the river. Chen Lianer's servant sank into the water. Hearing the shout, the other people on the bamboo raft all looked over. Don't panic. The water arrow fin fish won't attack people. Use the rope and think of a way to save her. Zhou Quan furrowed his brows and secretly blamed Chen Lianer for not keeping a good eye on her servants. But not long after Zhou Quan spoke, circular ripples appeared on the surface of the river. Not good. It's the water arrow fin fish. Zhou Quan recognized the backs of the fish. Hundreds of water arrow fin fish suddenly appeared on the surface of the river where there was no school of fish. Each fish was half a meter long, and they tore the servant to shreds in an instant. On the surface of the river, there were only bloody bubbles left. Chen Lianer had never seen such a scene. She was so scared that her face turned pale. What was worse was that the smell of blood might have stimulated the school of fish. The school of water arrow fin fish turned around and swam towards the bamboo raft where Yunxing and the others were. How can this be? Don't come over. Chen Lianer was so scared that her face turned pale. She quickly took out her magic scepter and launched a series of water magic at the water arrow fin fish. Miss Chen, it's so scary. There are so many fish. Yunxing seemed to be scared out of her wits. She grabbed Chen Lianer's hand. Chen Lianer felt a sudden numbness on her wrist, as if she had been bitten by a mosquito. The magic scepter in her hand fell into the water with a plop. Thanks to you Luo, Lon Lon, and Feng Nan for their tips. Chapter 241. Chen Lianer almost fainted from anger as she watched her magic scepter fall into the water. The situation was urgent. Not only did this useless person not use magic to repel the enemy, she was even holding her back. Chen Lianer really regretted boarding the same boat as Yunxing. She had long forgotten about her previous plan. Throw her in. Chen Lianer was furious as she ordered the two subordinates beside her. My hand slipped. Yunxing raised her fist and stomped her foot. In a fluster, she had already kicked the two people beside her into the river. If you want to use her to feed the fish, get in first. In a short while, Yunxing and Chen Lianer were the only ones left on the bamboo raft. Although Yunxing and Chen Lianer were both magicians, Yunxing's body was much better than Chen Lianer's. Just as the two of them were fighting, hundreds of water arrowing fish gathered on their backs and formed a dense swarm. Quick, go and help. When Crown Prince Yubalian saw this, he felt pity for the fairer sex and hurriedly ordered his men to rescue her. He ordered a few soldiers beside him to attack the water surface. This attack caused the already turbulent water surface to become even more chaotic. Your Highness, you must not. You cannot attack the school of fish directly. Otherwise, you will attract more fish. By the time Zhou Quan realized this, it was already too late. Under the provocation of the attack, the school of fish was agitated. The water arrowfin fish continuously shot out water arrows from the surface of the water like arrowheads. Chen Lianer was dragged along by Yunxing and was hit by the water arrows a few times. Her face and body were covered in wounds. On the other hand, Yunxing appeared to be flustered, but in reality, she was very nimble. As she dodged and dodged, her entire body was not even wet, let alone injured. Compared to the other bamboo rafts that were in a mess, Yi Baiming stood on the bamboo raft with a calm expression. Why don't you go and save her? Abandon and Yi Baiming were on the same bamboo raft. Don't you think that she is having a good time? Yi Baiming smiled and looked at Yunxing on the bamboo raft, who was hiding here and there while messing with Chen Lianer. In his heart, he sincerely felt that his eyesight was really good. If he had such a princess consort, his future would be much more interesting. Abandon was slightly stunned and looked at Yunxing on the bamboo raft. He suddenly felt that there was a special tacit understanding between Yunxing and Yi Baiming. This tacit understanding could not be broken by outsiders. Abandon's heart was filled with bitterness. Ah! A pitiful cry. Having lost her magic scepter, Chen Lianer's magic incantation was much slower. Her face had been pierced by a water arrowfin fish. She felt a heart-wrenching pain. She could feel a wound on her face as it rotted away. Water arrow-wing fish's venom. Chen Lianer was in despair. Her face was stained with poison. Save me. Someone save me. Chen Lianer was on the verge of breaking down. Chen Lianer, you won't die if you don't ask for it. Next time, if you dare to do anything to me, it won't just be your face that'll be ruined. Chen Lianer felt a chilly wind blow behind her ear. She suddenly realized what was going on. Yunxing had already discovered her actions last night. The next moment, she felt a strong force pushing her away. Yunxing cast a wind magic behind her back and the two of them fell into the water at the same time. Snow and ice fall, 10,000 miles of ice seal. At this critical moment, an ice magic master in the Crown Prince's team chanted. Many snowflakes suddenly fell from the sky. When the hexagonal snowflakes touched the water, the originally turbulent water surface instantly froze. The schools of fish were all sealed under the water. After some effort, Yunxing and Chen Lianer were also rescued. After experiencing life and death, not only did she lose her magic scepter, but she also almost died under the fish's mouths. Chen Lianer started bawling as soon as she was rescued. She was originally a proud daughter of the heavens. In her family, everyone cared for her and she was also pursued by admirers. She had never been like today. However, her face was disfigured and her body was covered in bruises from the cold. She didn't look like her usual beauty at all. Seeing this, the Crown Prince frowned. It's her. It's all her doing. She knocked my magic scepter out of my hand and pushed me off the bamboo raft. Chen Lianer cried for a while. Seeing that no one was paying attention to her, she looked at the culprit, Yunxing. She was still wearing Yi Baiming's coat. Miss Chen, how can you say that? You both fell into the water at the same time. Moreover, I saw Miss Yun trying to swim over to save you after you fell into the water. Do you have any evidence? Yi Baiming pretended to have a headache and asked Chen Lianer for evidence. Hearing this, Chen Lianer became even sadder. Evidence? Where would she get evidence? Everyone on the bamboo raft was dead. Could it be that she could catch a few water arrow-winged fish and interrogate them? Chen Lianer was very depressed. She realized that she had underestimated Yunxing. After this farce, Chen Lianer was still very unhappy with the Crown Prince because of her face. She kept insisting that there shouldn't be any scars on her face. She also asked the Crown Prince to give her a pill after he found the 6-leaf purple ginseng and refined it into a pill. The Crown Prince was so upset that he could only agree in the end. Chen Lianer could only wear a gauze hat and follow the group to the border of Later Qin. 3 days later, the group finally arrived at the border between Later Qin and Zhou State, Luoxia City. 5 kilometers outside of Luoxia City was the place where the 6-leaf purple ginseng was rumored to have been found, Luoxia Swamp. Luoxia City, even 100 years ago, was only a small, unknown city. It wasn't famous among the border cities of Zhou State. However, more than 90 years ago, an old hunter accidentally found a sacred herb, the 6-leaf purple ginseng, in the wetlands outside of Luoxia City. In the end, the Saint-grade sage herb was sold for a sky-high price of 10,000 imperial purple gold coins. Since then, Luoxia City's name was like a storm that swept across the entire continent. The hunters and merchants of various countries who were hoping to make a fortune all flocked to Luoxia City, hoping to be lucky enough to find the sacred herb. It was also because of this trend that Luoxia City prospered. It was originally a small city, but it quickly grew into a medium-sized city between Zhou State and later Qin. Every year, no less than 100,000 people went in and out of Luoxia City. This place unintentionally became the busiest commercial area between later Qin and Zhou State. All the famous merchants of the boundless continent would appear here. However, other than that old hunter, no one else found the purple ginseng outside of Luoxia City. It wasn't until half a month ago that there was a rumor that a 7-leaf purple ginseng was found near Luoxia City that Luoxia City once again became the focus of the world's attention. Yunsheng and the others came this time for the 7-leaf purple ginseng. Chapter 242. The herbs in the boundless continent ranged from common grade to rare grade to sacred grade. The first two could be obtained through wild harvesting and artificial planting. But if the herbs reached sacred grade, it would be different. They grew in remote environments and were difficult to cultivate by artificial means. Once sacred grade herbs matured, they would emit a fragrance. This fragrance would attract high-level and even domain-level magical beasts. The discovery of 7-leaf sage ginseng in the Luoxia wetland was a great news. Naturally, the lord of Luoxia City was unwilling to divulge it. But because of the fragrance emitted by the sage ginseng before and after it matured, it attracted a large number of magical beasts. There were so many magical beasts. According to the city guards who went to keep a lookout, there was a group of magical beasts flying in the sky. They were so dark that they covered the sky. There was a group of magical beasts swimming in the nearby waters. They were so densely packed that even a ship could not sail in. Not to mention those magical beasts that lived in the vicinity. With a rough count, there were as many as 1,000 magical beasts that were level 3 and above. This number of magical beasts was comparable to the scale of the previous magical beast tide. Luoxia City was just a medium-sized city. Naturally, it was impossible to exterminate so many magical beasts in one go. If the later Qin army was deployed, not to mention the heavy losses, the army would have to crawl a long distance. By the time they rushed over, the 7-leaf sage ginseng would have matured and fallen into the magical beasts' mouths. Fortunately, after the lord of Luoxia City pondered for a night, he released a hunting mission to hunt magical beasts the next day. There were a number of magical beasts outside the city. Hunters from all over were welcome to kill them. Every time they killed a magical beast, they could go to the residence to receive a certain amount of gold coins. But after the hunters entered and exited the Luoxia wetland, they discovered that the magical beasts in the area were too dense. Then, there were rumors that the 7-leaf sage ginseng was unearthed there, which attracted so many magical beasts. So when Yunsheng and the rest arrived at Luoxia City, the city was already filled with hunters and adventurers. After Zhou Quan submitted the clearance pass, he was allowed to enter the city after a round of inspection. Just as Yunsheng and the rest dismounted and entered Luoxia City, on the city's more than 10 meters high city walls, a middle-aged man with a beautiful beard was sizing up the few people who entered the city from afar. This person was the city lord of Sunset City, Yi Qingqing. He was about 40 years old. Although he was the city lord of a city, he looked very amiable. His eyes were like torches. He noticed the crown prince of Zhou State at first glance, but then his gaze stopped on Yi Baiming. In the past year or so, the news of Dark North King killing blood cloud beasts had spread to other countries. Even his appearance was drawn in all kinds of pictures and transmitted to the political leaders and city lords of various countries. At first glance, Yi Qingqing couldn't help but praise him in his heart. It was said that the crown prince of Zhou State was an idiot. The former crown prince, Yi Baiming, was a famous figure. Today, he saw that the rumors were true. The emperor of Zhou State actually gave up on such an heir and appointed the boastful Yi Bailian as the crown prince. With such a move, Zhou State was not far from being destroyed. The news from Zhou State was accurate. The crown prince of Zhou State was indeed lured to later Qin by the rumor of sage herb. It seemed like he had to inform the crown prince. It was time to carry out the plan, City Lord Yi thought to himself. Below the city. Crown Prince, don't worry. I've already prepared a place to stay. Everyone can rest for the night. Tomorrow morning, we'll go to the city to ask around. Zhou Quan finally arrived at Luoxia City smoothly after rushing all the way. He was also relieved. He suggested that after everyone settled down, they could have a good meal together. Before Yunxing set off, she handed over the matters of the hunting squad to Zhou Quan. She wasn't interested in drinking and eating, so she simply left alone with the excuse that she wasn't feeling well. Not long after nightfall, Yunxing avoided the guards on the city wall and climbed up the city wall alone. She looked at the Luoxia wetland in front of her. Although the night was dark, Yunxing could still vaguely see the Luoxia wetland in front of her with Shenong eyes. She felt that this trip to the later Qin wasn't as simple as it seemed. The so-called wetland was an area similar to a swamp. Luoxia City was located in a tropical area. There was plenty of rain in this area and over the years, it formed a swamp area. Looking from the highest point of the city wall, the sky above the swamp area was dark. It looked like a black cloud, but if one looked closely, they would realize that the black cloud was moving from time to time. A powerful demonic beast's aura came from afar. Obviously, the information that Zhou Quan gathered earlier was not complete. According to the demonic beast's aura, there are more than 10,000 demonic beasts residing in that area. With her summoner's intuition, Yunxing could roughly sense that the number of demonic beasts residing in that area was definitely not less than 10,000. And even from afar, she could feel that there was a very strong force among them. It was even similar to the centipede ant king's aura that she felt earlier. Could it be that the 9-leaf purple ginseng attracted a domain-level demonic beast? Yunxing didn't dare to be careless. She had to enter the Luoxia wetland with the main group tomorrow morning. If there was a mistake in the military intelligence, the Heaven Expedition hunting squad might be wiped out. Yunxing didn't want to see unnecessary casualties, so she immediately summoned the puffed egg. Combination Combat Technique 1, Flight. With a flash of light, Yunxing quickly merged with the puffed egg. But this time, Yunxing didn't transform into her human form. Instead, she chose to maintain the egg-shaped appearance of the puffed egg. She was going to enter the Luoxia wetland alone under the cover of the night to check out the situation. Because she sensed the aura of a domain-level demonic beast, she suspected that it wasn't as simple as an ordinary 7-leaf purple ginseng in the depths of the wetland. Soon, the puffed egg flapped its wings and flew towards the Luoxia wetland. Once she got close to the Luoxia wetland, Yunxing felt a dizzying miasma. There was also a bloody smell in the miasma. Obviously, a large number of demonic beasts had gathered here, causing a small-scale fight for territory nearby. Seeing an egg flying over, a bull-shaped demonic beast residing at the periphery of the Luoxia wetland was the first to discover this sneaky egg. It roared. "How dare you roar at this egg?" The puffed egg was enraged. With a heavy blow, a rank 5 demonic beast the size of a bull was smashed into a meat patty by the puffed egg. So savage. The demonic beast's eyes revealed a trace of horror. The world of demonic beasts was very simple. The one with the biggest fist was the boss. Although the puffed egg was small, it didn't affect its savage nature. The demonic beasts were frightened and didn't dare to stop the puffed egg. The puffed egg and Yunxing smoothly entered the depths of the Luoxia wetland. "Dear master, there seems to be a rank 9 peak demonic beast in front. Also, I smell a very fragrant and delicious smell." After passing through a densely packed demonic beast gathering area, the puffed egg stopped in an area. Chapter 243. In the Luoxia wetland, Yunxing also smelled a fragrance. She looked in the direction that puffed egg said. In front of them was a marshland that looked like a field. Compared to the large number of magical beasts gathered in the periphery, the number of magical beasts in this marshland was greatly reduced. Yunxing and puffed egg carefully flew another 1 mile. Yunxing immediately realized why there were so few magical beasts in this area. There was a 9th grade magical beast in front of them. It was an eagle claw bat king. At this time, it was close to night. The eagle claw bat king was constantly circling around, letting out waves of hissing sounds. When the nearby magical beasts heard these sounds, they all stayed far away. With the experience of the centipede ant king, Yunxing could be sure that this bat king was a genuine 9th grade magical beast. If they really fought, it would be really difficult to deal with. Before Yunxing entered the wetland, she found that most of the magical beasts nearby had wounds on their bodies. It seemed that these magical beasts had tried to break into this area earlier, but because of the eagle claw bat king, they didn't dare to get close. At this time, they were resting in the periphery, preparing to launch the last round of attack. "Dear master, where is the fragrance coming from?" Puffed egg found that in the center of the marshland, there was a plant that emitted a faint purple light and was releasing a tempting fragrance. Just by smelling this fragrance, it could make people feel relaxed and happy. The head that was a little dizzy because of the miasma also became much clearer in an instant. 7 leaves. Yunxing looked carefully and found that there were 9 leaves on the slender stem of the plant. It's not a 6-leaf purple ginseng, but a 9-leaf purple ginseng. Yunxing was shocked when she saw it. Earlier, Steward Wan clearly said that it was a 6-leaf purple ginseng, but now it was a 9-leaf purple ginseng. Could it be that the people of Luoxia City deliberately hid it? Yunxing had wronged the city lord of Luoxia City this time. His spy only found traces of the purple ginseng near the Luoxia wetland. When he wanted to go and confirm the specific grade of the purple ginseng, the magical beasts who smelled the sacred grade medicinal herb had already heard the news and rushed over. That scout had no choice but to return to the city to report. His original words were that it was at least a 7-leaf sage herb. After more than a year of nurturing in the Boundless Continent's medical system, especially after taking over the Wushuan Limitless Hall's medicine hall, Yunxing's understanding of saint-grade medicinal herbs had also increased by a lot. 9 was a very special number in the Boundless Continent. From the 9 halves to the flood dragon's 9 claws to the 9 leaves, 9 flowers, or 9 fruits, a saint-tier medicinal herb would experience a qualitative leap in strength. If this 9-leaf sage ginseng didn't have any accidents and successfully matured, then the moment it matured, it would become a divine-grade medicinal herb. The effect of a divine-grade herb was definitely not as simple as reviving the dead. At this moment, a corolla that resembled agate beads had already bloomed on the 9 leaves of the sage ginseng that were like violet jade. That was the purple ginseng flower. Its current color was still light yellow. When the purple ginseng had absorbed enough spiritual chi of heaven and earth, the agate beads on its corolla would turn vermilion red. This meant that the 9-leaf purple ginseng was about to mature. After these battles, the demonic beasts that suffered injuries on both sides were also very smart. Although the purple ginseng was not completely mature yet, the fragrance it emitted was also a very dense spiritual qi. Under the envelopment of the spiritual qi, the wounds and cultivation of the demonic beasts could be improved to a certain extent. Puffed egg, look at the situation clearly. Let's retreat first. Yunxing calculated the time. She and the puffed egg had only merged for a short period of time. She could not stay any longer, lest she was smacked flat by the demonic beast that was close to the domain realm. After leaving the sunset wetland, Yunxing immediately returned to her residence. The current situation was worse than she had expected. If she was not in a merged state, not to mention getting close to the area where the purple ginseng was located, even breaking through the group of mid-level demonic beasts at the periphery would be very difficult. However, it was not completely impossible for her to snatch the purple ginseng. She still had the Ant King and the summoning demon hand in her hands. If she really fought head-on, she would at least have no problem protecting herself. Right now, the only thing she could do was to wait. On the morning of the second day, Yunxing heard from Zhou Quan, who was inquiring in the city, that there would be an auction in the city. Yunxing decided to go to the auction to take a look. She still had a few bottles of the newly refined praise of the moon god in her hand. She was preparing to use it to promote the name of little Xiantong. Therefore, Yunxing inquired about the location of the auction in Sunset City in detail. Yunxing went out. After last night, Yi Baiming seemed to have disappeared. At the same time, Yunxing felt a burst of discomfort for no reason. During this period of time, that guy was beside her every day. When he was not around, she always felt that something was missing. She shook her head and inquired about the location of the auction from passers-by. She smoothly found the location of the Limitless Auction House. The Limitless Continent's largest auction house, the Limitless Auction House, was located in Sunset City. The Jade Capital also had this auction house, but Yunxing did not have the opportunity to participate in the auction before. She did not expect that this time, she would participate in the local auction in the later Qin City. The Limitless Auction House belonged to the Limitless Continent's largest chamber of commerce, the Limitless Chamber of Commerce. The scale of the auction house was not small. When Yunxing entered the door, the inside was already bustling with people. The entrance was divided into two channels. One was the seller's entrance, and the other was the buyer's entrance. The buyer's entrance was not open on weekdays. It was only open on the day of the auction. The 15th and the first day of every month was the day of the auction. Yunxing had just entered the door when an auction house staff immediately came forward and politely asked, "Welcome to the Limitless Auction House. May I ask this magician, do you want to buy or sell something?" "I want to sell some magic potions." Yunxing looked around. There were many people who came to participate in the auction. They each held a different colored card in their hands. Presumably, those were the special membership cards of the auction house. So it turned out to be a noble magician. "May I ask what the grade of your magic potion is and what effect does it have?" Although the staff was very respectful, after hearing that the other party was auctioning a magic potion, he could not help but look a little disappointed. After all, the later Qin City was a country of martial arts, and there were not many magicians. As a result, the corresponding magic potions did not sell very well. It's a high-grade magic potion. As for its effect, it can improve a person's magic constitution, the moon goddess praised. Yunxing had only refined it twice. The first time was during the assessment day, and the second time was after she had refined it. Yunxing had not had time to mass-produce this potion because she was treating her second uncle, Yun Sanglong's hand. Does it make the magic elements in a person's body more abundant? Or does it purify the magic soul? The staff continued to ask patiently. Its effect is to allow people who don't have a magical physique to directly change their physique and advance into a sorcerer, Yunxing replied. What? Let a person who does not have a magic constitution directly have a magic constitution. The staff who was originally indifferent immediately changed his expression. He hurriedly went to the auction house's chief auctioneer, who was also the manager of the auction house, and told him this unbelievable news. Chapter 244. While waiting for the chief auctioneer to come, Yunsheng looked around the everlasting auction house. The everlasting auction house's customers were divided into different levels, and the same was true for the sellers. They were divided into black iron sellers, silver sellers, gold sellers, and diamond sellers. Don't underestimate the everlasting auction house's seller level, because in addition to representing the seller's auction price, it also corresponded to the buyer's level. In other words, once Yunsheng became a seller here, she would also enjoy the corresponding treatment of a buyer. Black iron sellers could enjoy a 10% discount, silver sellers could enjoy a 20% discount, gold sellers could enjoy a 30% discount, and diamond sellers could enjoy a 50% discount. In addition, once you become a silver seller of the everlasting auction house, you could enjoy the treatment of bulk purchases in the everlasting auction house. Bulk purchases could include weapons, magic tools, medicinal herbs, important mineral resources, and even some equipment that couldn't be purchased in the market. Yunxing's praise of the moon god was originally not eye-catching, but after knowing that it could let magic waste be reborn, the value of the praise of the moon god was different. This bottle of potion can really change a person's magic physique. Soon, the everlasting auction house's chief auctioneer, Zhou Qingchuan, rushed over. Yunxing originally thought that the chief auctioneer would at least be a middle-aged man, but she didn't expect that the one who came was a very young man, about 20 years old. He had a handsome appearance, well-dressed, light purple hair, and amber eyes. On his face, there was always a smile, but as for what was in the depths of that smile, it was unknown. The young man's name was Zhou Qingchuan. He was the auctioneer who was dispatched to Luoxia City more than a year ago. When he heard that someone sent a rare magic potion, he hurried over. Who would have thought that the person he saw was a delicate and refined female magician? The girl in front of him had a white complexion, but it wasn't the kind of unhealthy white. Her eyes were very bright, and when she smiled, a pair of dimples appeared at the corner of her mouth. Zhou Qingchuan took a few more glances, and when he found that Yunsheng was looking at him with a surprised expression, he couldn't help but blush. After a cough, he changed into a businesslike tone. Yes, you can check it. Yunsheng took out the potion. But you need to be careful because there is only one bottle of this potion. Yunsheng understood that the rarer something was, the more valuable it was. With her current abilities, it would not be difficult for her to refine the praise of the moon god. However, in front of these cunning auctioneers, she still held back. As the chief auctioneer of the Wuji auction, Zhou Qingchuan's eyesight was naturally extraordinary. He looked at the color and saw that it was a bottle of red potion. As soon as he opened the bottle, he could feel the abundant magical elements. Zhou Qingchuan's expression changed. Under normal circumstances, the minimum price of a high-grade potion was around 10,000 gold coins. But if it was a new potion that had never appeared in the market before, then the value and significance would be different. The people who bought this bottle of potion might want to improve their magical physique, but it was also possible that the potion department of the major magic academies, as well as the competitors of the potion department, might want to buy this bottle of potion as a research object. Give this respected potion master a black iron membership card. Our auction house will buy your potion. The minimum price is 10,000 gold coins. According to the rules of the auction, Black Iron ranked members will receive 90% of the auction proceeds, and the remaining 10% will go to the auction house. Zhou Qingchuan ordered someone to deliver a black iron-ranked membership card to Yunxing. After Yunxing received the membership card, Zhou Qingchuan asked another question. I don't know which magic academy this master potion master belongs to, or is he a freelance potion master? If he came from a famous magic academy, then the minimum price of this potion could be higher. Yunxing thought for a moment, little Xiantong. In addition to obtaining a certain amount of gold coins, her other purpose of this auction was to promote the reputation of the Xiantong. Listening to this name, it seems to be a traditional medical center, right? Zhou Qingchuan recalled several famous medical centers in the continent. Except for the Medicine Emperor Pavilion, he had never heard of a medical center called Smiling Xiantong. It's an old medical center headquartered in Mount Dao's Hunter's Citadel. The medical center has recently been reorganized and changed its business to sell all kinds of medicine and magic potions. Yunxing's lips curled as he smoothly introduced himself. Selling potions and finished medicines, wasn't that just a nondescript medical center? Zhou Qingchuan was hesitating in his heart, but on the surface, he remained calm. He politely sent off Yunxing and informed her that 3 days later, it would be the 15th, the day of the Everlasting Auction House's auction. Yunxing could bring her Black Iron membership card to the auction site. Her card could carry 3 people at the same time. Watching Yunxing's graceful figure disappear in the street, Zhou Qingchuan pondered for a moment. Send someone to investigate the medical center called Little Xiantong. Also, check the origin of that magician. Zhou Qingchuan was not an ordinary auctioneer. In fact, he was one of the direct descendants of the Everlasting Chamber of Commerce, which was a part of the Everlasting Auction House. The reason why he was sent to the Luoxia city was because of some special reasons in his family. Zhou Qingchuan was an extremely ambitious person. Originally, he could have fought to be exempted from this kind of trial, but he asked to start from the branch of the auction house. He had been here for more than a year, but the income of the auction house had increased by 10 times. This time, because of the appearance of the 7-leaf purple ginseng near the Luoxia city, Zhou Qingchuan, who was extremely business-minded, wanted to use this opportunity to raise the income of the auction house to a high point. At this time, if he could get a controversial new potion, then the effect would undoubtedly be very good. After sending his subordinates to investigate the origins of Little Xiantong and Yunxing, Zhou Qingchuan immediately checked the order of the auction items in the auction booklet. After careful consideration, Zhou Qingchuan placed Yunxing's Praise of the Moon God in the middle position and wrote an introduction in his own handwriting. Then, he ordered people to distribute the auction booklet to the major families of the Luoxia city, as well as the main restaurants and inns in the city. The Everlasting Chamber of Commerce's investigation of Yunxing was done quietly, but shortly after Yunxing entered the auction house, someone sent the news to a certain place. Yi Baiming and a certain man were sitting together. And the one sitting with Yi Baiming was the Wanlong gambling house's Long Hua. Master, the people of the Everlasting Chamber of Commerce are investigating Miss Yun's background. What do you think? If Yunxing heard the way Long Hua addressed Yi Baiming, she would certainly be very surprised. Unexpectedly, the master behind the scenes of the Wanlong gambling house, who no one in the Jade Capital could guess, turned out to be Yi Baiming. If they want to investigate, then let them investigate. Just don't let them find out that little wild cat is a summoner. Yi Baiming looked at the auction booklet that he had just received. When he saw the bottle of Praise of the Moon God, the corners of his mouth showed a pampering smile. Chapter 245. The undercurrent in Luoxia city was turbulent, but Yunxing was completely unaware of it. It wasn't Yunxing's fault that she lacked vigilance. Although she had lived 2 lives, she had never experienced such a complicated situation in the Wuji continent. She had only just matured in the power struggle between countries and the power struggle between large and small forces. Not long after the brochure of the Wuji auction house was sent out, it was sent to a restaurant in the city. In the restaurant, a gorgeously dressed magician, who was about 40 years old, was distressed as he drank the wine on the table. His magus badge indicated that he was actually a sacred magus. This magician came from one of the 5 countries of the continent, Tang Yuan Kingdom. He was the second-generation heir of a medium-sized family, Chen Luohe. Tang Yuan was the country with the most magicians on the continent. Sky-rank magicians were extremely rare in other places of the continent, but in Tang Yuan Kingdom, they were not completely absent. He happened to pass through Luoxia City because of his family's business. Compared to the hot topic of the 7-leaf sage ginseng, he had no interest in it. At this time, Chen Luohe was thinking about a problem that had troubled him for a long time. He himself was a magician. Different from Zhou State and later Qin, Tang Yuan's emphasis on magic had reached an unimaginable level. More than 40% of the people there were magicians. But Chen Luohe's only son was a waste of magic. He was about to turn 12 years old. If he still couldn't sense magic after turning 12, it would mean that he would be an ordinary person for the rest of his life. Chen Luohe had no choice but to follow the family's rules and send his only son out to manage the family's external affairs. This matter also meant that Chen Luohe's status in the family would plummet. Chen Luohe only had one son, so he naturally didn't want his only son to suffer. Over the years, he had been using wild moonlight grass to nourish his only son's body, but there was no improvement. Therefore, he had been inquiring about where there was a magic potion that could improve a magician's physique without any side effects. Unfortunately, he didn't have a suitable magic potion. Seeing that his son's age of 12 was getting closer and closer, Chen Luohe was also very distressed. At this time, he happened to see an auction brochure that was being discussed at the next table. Wuji Auction House, the continent's largest auction house. Since it was an auction house, there should be some rare things. Perhaps, there would be a suitable magic potion on it. Chen Luohe wanted to give it a try and asked for a brochure. But to his disappointment, the items being auctioned were all ordinary items. Some magic spells, some combat skills, some protective gear, and some finished potions. Just as he was about to give up, he saw the 13th item on the brochure. It was a type of magic potion. Moon Goddess's Praise, a miraculous potion that can allow magic trash to directly advance into a mage. It has no side effects, a high-quality potion. When he saw this line, Chen Luohe's eyes suddenly widened. As a mage, he had never heard of such a magic potion. However, this red liquid was undoubtedly a shot in the arm, instantly waking him up from the effects of the alcohol. This was it. His son's trash physique could be saved. Chen Luohe was wild with joy. Looking at the base price of this potion, it was only 10,000 gold coins. The Qin family was a medium-sized magic family in Tangyuan. As the number 1 person under the patriarch, Chen Luohe was naturally quite wealthy. In his opinion, not to mention 10,000 gold coins, even if it was 10,000 purple gold coins, he would not hesitate to take it out. Chen Luohe hurriedly asked for the specific date of the auction, eagerly waiting for the auction to begin 3 days later. A few days later, the auction would be held as scheduled. Yi Baiming, who had not seen him for a few days, was like a cat that had smelled blood, immediately following him. As for Abandon, he also mentioned that he wanted to go to the auction house to broaden his horizons. After all, the auction here was different from the auction house of Wanlong Casino. The scale was much larger, and there were more things to be auctioned. As soon as Yunxing's group of 3 arrived at the entrance of the Wuji auction house, they saw a few eye-catching people. Yunxing, what are you doing at the auction? This is not a place where any random cat or dog can come. Chen Lian, who was wearing a gauze hat, saw Yi Baiming behind Yunxing, and her eyes burned with anger. In her opinion, Yunsheng was a public student who couldn't even afford the tuition fees. In an auction house that could easily cost thousands of gold coins, the appearance of someone like Yunsheng was simply a stain. "Miss Yun, you've come. Steward Zhou ordered me to wait for you here. All members of the auction house can go through the special passage." Before Yunsheng could answer, she saw a staff member of the Wuji auction house walk over. It was the young man who had received Yunsheng earlier. Yunsheng smiled at him and showed her black iron membership card. On the day of the auction, the entrance of the Wuji auction house was almost full of people. There was a huge difference in the treatment of ordinary members and special members. When Chen Lian heard this, she was very dissatisfied. "What's wrong with you? The young master beside me has an illustrious background. He should go through the member passage. Also, immediately prepare a VIP room. We can't participate in the auction with commoners." Chen Lian and the Crown Prince's expressions were not good. What was wrong with this staff member? Even a sorcerer like Yunsheng could go through the special passage. That staff member glanced at the arrogant Yi Bailian and Chen Lian. May I ask who the two of you are? Do you have any tokens to show?" Chen Lian originally thought that after saying this, the other party would definitely be frightened and apologize. Who knew that the staff member acted as if nothing had happened? Tokens. Yi Bailian forgot one thing. He was stepping on the land of Later Qin. He wasn't the Crown Prince of Later Qin. He came to Later Qin incognito, so he couldn't directly expose his identity. Moreover, Yi Bailian was used to being unscrupulous in Zhou State. He had many bodyguards following him, so he didn't have the habit of carrying tokens. For a moment, he didn't know how to answer. "The two of you, I'm very sorry. Luoxia City's Wuji auction house is different from other auction houses in the mainland. Here, only those who have spent money at the local Wuji auction house can become a member. Zhou State's Crown Prince and this young lady, if you want to enter the auction house, please line up over there." The Wuji auction house was the largest auction house in the mainland. Its wealth was comparable to that of a nation's. The professional quality of its staff was top-notch. He completely ignored Zhou State's Crown Prince and pointed to the line. Yunsheng couldn't stop laughing in her heart. Chen Lian and Crown Prince Yi Bailian's constipated faces looked at her as she walked into the auction house. After entering the auction house, Yunsheng received an auction sign. On it was marked Black Iron Buyer Number 101. Different buyers had different seats. Yunsheng's seat was black iron. It wasn't too far from the center of the auction house and had a good view. The auction house was already crowded with people. The entire auction house was in the shape of an egg. In the center was an empty space. Zhou State's Crown Prince Yi Bailian and Chen Lian also came in. However, because they didn't have tokens to prove their identity, they could only sit in the most ordinary seats. Chen Lian's face under her gauze hat was obviously very sour. "Thank you Pomelo, Yuluo, point you into the secular world, and pudding for your tips." Chapter 246. The entire auction house could accommodate almost 1,000 people. At about noon, the auction began as expected by the crowd. Zhou Qingchuan appeared on the auction stage. He was wearing the chief auctioneer's golden robe, and his light purple hair was tied neatly behind his ears. He was already handsome, but he looked even more different today. Many of the female guests screamed. It was obvious that these people were not just here for the auction, but were Zhou Qingchuan's admirers. The charm of this auction house's manager was not small. "Little wild cat, where are you looking? That kid is not as handsome as me." Night Fox squinted his eyes, his face full of jealousy. Yunsheng pursed her lips. This kid was so smug, but she had to admit that he was slightly better looking than Zhou Qingchuan. Everyone. I believe everyone has been waiting for today's auction for a long time. I will now present the first auction item of the day. Zhou Qingchuan was all smiles. The first auction item was a special fire attribute magic weapon. This is a firework-colored grenade made by a folk magic craftsman. Its attack power is not great, so don't expect it to help you defeat a violent earth bear. However, I can guarantee that it will be enough to win the heart of a beautiful and gentle lady. Now, the magic craftsman who made this firework-colored grenade will demonstrate it to everyone. Zhou Qingchuan was very eloquent. He used a teasing tone to describe the use of this fire attribute magic weapon. A magic craftsman walked up and chanted a few words, then threw the firework-colored grenade into the air. With a boom, a fireball appeared in the sky. The moment the fireball came into contact with the air, it quickly exploded. The words, "I like you," appeared in the middle of the fireball. This was probably the improved version of modern fireworks. To a sorcerer like Yun Xing, this firework-colored grenade was not a big deal. However, to a non-sorcerer, this firework-colored grenade was undoubtedly very ornamental. To a couple who had just experienced their first awakening of love, this firework-colored grenade had a special meaning. The starting bid for this firework-colored grenade was 100 gold coins, but it was sold for 500 gold coins in the end. The second auction item was a set of battle techniques. It was a battle skill that was suitable for martial revered realm cultivators. It was called Unbreakable Golden Shield. Everyone, this set of Unbreakable Golden Aura is a set of superior defensive combat skills. As long as you have this set of combat skills, no matter where you are, your entire body will be tough. Zhou Qingchuan's words had a double meaning. This time, all the men present laughed out loud. The female guests all took a sip, their faces full of shyness. Sure enough, all businessmen were cunning. This so-called invincible golden dipper was probably the modern definition of a golden gun that never falls. After that, a few more items were auctioned off, all of which were sold for more than 5 times the starting price. It could be seen that Zhou Qingchuan was indeed talented in auctions. He was always able to grasp the itch in every customer's heart and raise the price to the highest. What Yun Sheng wanted to see was the final price of her bottle of praise of the moon god under Zhou Qingchuan's lotus tongue. The next item to be auctioned is a magical potion that has never appeared in the continent. It has an unusually beautiful name, called Praise of the Moon God. Zhou Qingchuan deliberately paused for a moment. I believe that most of the people present have already seen the description of Praise of the Moon God in the brochure. I have been an auctioneer for 5 years, but I have never seen any potion that can directly promote a magic waste to a magician. As far as I know, this is something that the medicine of the Imperial Medicine Pavilion can't do, nor can the temple. When Zhou Qingchuan said this, he noticed that the eyes of at least 10 people in the audience had lit up. Next, let's proceed to the 13th auction item, the Gospel of the Magicians, the praise of the moon god refined by the newly risen little Xiantong. Zhou Qingchuan ordered people to deliver the praise of the moon god. Little Xiantong. Which medical center was that? There was no well-known medical center on the continent called Little Xiantong. Almost all the people in the auction house were guessing the origin of Little Xiantong. Unfortunately, most of them had blank looks in their eyes. They had never heard of this name before. The color of the potion was as gorgeous as the morning glow. In the transparent crystal bottle, the liquid was constantly rolling like magma, just like the sea of clouds before the sun rose from the east. This was a beautiful bottle of magic potion, pleasing to the eye and had an effect that made people look forward to. It was as if telling everyone that as long as they drank this bottle of potion, magma-like magic elements would emerge in their body. The base price of praise of the moon god is 10,000 imperial gold coins. Every time you raise your paddle, the price will increase by 1,000. The auction begins. Zhou Qingchuan described the function of praise of the moon god vividly in just a few words. Even Yunxing herself couldn't guarantee that the effect of praise of the moon god could be described so appropriately. 10,000 imperial gold coins. When Chen Luohe saw the praise of the moon god, he almost immediately opened his mouth to bid. 11,000 gold coins. At this moment, a female mage student sitting in the commoners section suddenly called out a price. Beside her were two companions who were sitting in the same row. Her position was very close to Chen Liener and the others. As soon as she called out, she attracted the attention of the surrounding people. With this look, Chen Liener found that the appearance of the female student was very eye-catching. Her hair color was frosty white, and her face was delicate like an elf. She looked like she was only 11 or 12 years old, but her body was already very mature, especially her chest, which was bulging. Yi Beilian looked at her and couldn't help but look at her a few more times. After looking at her for a while, Chen Liener on the side was unhappy. Yunxing's praise of the moon god was a temptation for most magic academies. This female student was one of them. It was also the first time she heard that there was such a magic potion on the continent. They were traveling to this place and happened to see the brochure. The appearance of praise of the moon god made them surprised, so they came to the auction house to participate in the bidding. 13,000 imperial gold coins. Everyone looked back. With one look, someone exclaimed. It was a magic caster from Luoxia City's magic temple. Just as Zhou Qingchuan had said, the magic temple, as the leader of magic in the continent, was undoubtedly very embarrassing for them if they couldn't create a magic potion that even the magic seedlings couldn't create. Hence, this time, the magic temple sent a professional to bid. 20,000 imperial gold coins. Chen Luohe was determined to get the praise of the moon god. He was determined to get the potion this time. The female student didn't even frown and immediately said, 25,000 imperial gold coins, 30,000 imperial gold coins. Yi Baiming suddenly opened his mouth. When Yunxing heard this, she almost vomited blood. Why is this kid blindly making a fuss? He saw Yunxing in the audience seats and Yi Baiming standing beside Yunxing. Zhou Qingchuan's expression changed slightly, but he quickly regained his composure. Chapter 247. Zhou Qingchuan wasn't surprised by this kind of situation at the auction. It wasn't surprising that someone would do something like this. He thought that Yunxing wanted to raise the price of her potion, so she let Yi Baiming bid. Fortunately, Yi Baiming's bid was soon squeezed out by a new round of bidding. After a new round of bidding, the price of the praise of the moon god reached an astonishing 60,000 gold coins. And looking at the momentum, the increasing price will continue. This made Zhou Qingchuan, who originally thought that 50,000 gold coins would be the final price, very surprised. He must win that bottle of potion. Chen Luohe looked at the price and suddenly raised his bidding card, 100,000 gold coins. Suddenly increased by 40,000 gold coins. This price made the people who were still participating in the bidding can't help but shrink back. A bottle of high-grade potion, 100,000 gold coins, that was 10,000 imperial purple gold coins. Even if this bottle of potion was a unique product, it was too expensive. In the end, the bottle of A Praise of the Moon God was sold for an astonishing price of 10,000 imperial purple gold coins. At the moment when the price was sold, various speculations about the little sea antong suddenly exploded in the audience. This was a new record for the transaction of high-grade potions in the continent. 100,000 gold coins. Yunxing was also shocked by this price. She didn't expect that a bottle of high-grade potion could be sold for such a high price. After the praise of the moon god, the auction continued for half an hour. All the products were sold at a good price. After the auction was over, Yunxing went to collect her auction proceeds. When she walked out of the door, she happened to see the several magicians who participated in the auction earlier. Along with the crowd, the Crown Prince of Zhou State, Yi Bailian, Chen Lian, and others came out. Blue, what should we do? That bottle of potion was bought by someone. After walking out of the auction, the several magicians whispered. They looked like students of the Magic Academy, but the magic robes they wore were very different from ordinary magic robes. Even Yi Bailian, who was born in the royal family, couldn't tell what material the magic robes were made of. The crowd was crowded. At this time, the frost-haired female student, who was thinking about something, was bumped into by someone and happened to bump into Yi Bailian. Yi Bailian hurriedly supported her. Looking at the female student closely, Yi Bailian's eyes flashed with a touch of surprise. When Chen Lian saw this, she glared at the female student and scolded, dressed in a flirtatious manner, "You look like a slut." The female student didn't get the praise of the moon god, so she was in a bad mood. Seeing Chen Lian's arrogant appearance, she coldly snorted and pulled out her magic certificate. Chen Lianer had lost her magic scepter in the last river crossing. She didn't expect that the other party would dare to make a move outside the auction house. A blade of the wind of the moon god of the moon god. Before Yi Bailian could pull out his magic scepter, the female magic student had already put away her scepter. Even though it was only for a moment, Yunxing could still clearly see the magic scepter in the female student's hand. It was the bone of a 300-year-old magical beast. It looked like the bone of some bird magical beast. It was very light, and the most shocking thing was that there were 4 blue magic soul stones engraved on it. This meant that the female student, who was not more than 10 years old, was actually a sage magus. That female magic student's talent was astonishing. Chen Lian screamed. She only felt a blade of the wind coming at her. The next moment, the veil on her face was split into 2. Chen Lian's face, which was still covered with countless hideous wounds, was immediately exposed to everyone. The people at the side started to talk and gesticulate at Chen Lian. How could Chen Lian withstand such humiliation? Her face instantly flushed red, which made her look even more hideous. Even Yi Bailian couldn't help but look at her with disgust. Damned slut, how dare you! I'll fight it out with you. Chen Lian was furious. She suddenly took out a magic weapon from her storage belt. It was a high-grade magic tool that could instantly cast a high-grade magic spell. This was also something that Elder Qin had given Chen Lian for self-defense when she left home. She was only allowed to use it in times of danger. At this moment, Chen Lian only wanted to kill the female mage in front of her. She ignored Yi Bailian's obstruction and immediately started chanting. The female magus student had a look of contempt on her face. The male magus student beside her, who was standing with the magus instructor, quickly began to chant. A magic array appeared under Chen Lian's feet. Seal the spell, freeze. As that male student chanted, the magic weapon in Chen Lian's hand that was shining brightly suddenly dimmed. This was a high-level sealing spell. In magic, there was a type of spell that could instantly freeze magic. That was a high-level sealing spell. In just 2 rounds, Chen Lian, who had the power of a grand magus, had completely lost. Both of you, please stop. The commotion outside the auction house alerted Zhou Qingchuan. He quickly walked through the crowd and nodded at Yi Bailian and the 3 mages. This is a student from the continent's magic elite camp. As for these 2, they must be important guests from the great Zhou Empire. I have neglected them just now, please forgive me. Zhou Qingchuan's words immediately silenced the originally furious Chen Lian. Yi Bailian, who was originally arrogant, was also shocked. There was also an uproar around them. Those 3 mage students were actually from the mainland's magic elite camp. No wonder they were so talented in magic. Chen Lian also didn't expect that these 3 people were actually from the mainland's magic elite camp that she had been longing to join. The mainland's magic elite camp and the mainland's warrior elite camp were the 2 strongest training camps in the boundless continent. Legend had it that they only recruited geniuses in magic and warrior. Their recruitment requirement was that the age of the mage and warrior must not exceed 16 years old and pass the corresponding assessment of the elite camp. Every 3 years, the elite camp would recruit students from the outside. Each time, the number of students recruited would not exceed 20. As for the location of the elite camp, it had always been a secret. Some people said that they were hiding in the desert wasteland, while others said that the elite camp was located underground. But one thing was certain, those who came from the elite camp were all geniuses. No one was willing to offend geniuses, but Chen Lian had just recklessly offended the magic elite camp. Steward Shou is being too nosy. We know the rules of the everlasting Chamber of Commerce. We went to the auction today because we were interested in the Moon Goddess Praise Potion. Unfortunately, it was bought by someone else. Next time, if there is another Moon Goddess Praise Potion being auctioned, please inform us immediately. The girl who was provoked by Chen Lian Lan seemed to be the leader of the 3 students. She humbly replied. Chapter 248. The attitude of the female magic student named Blue was neither servile nor overbearing. It could be seen that she had good self-cultivation. Zhou Qingchuan nodded. If I'm not mistaken, the magic cloaks you are wearing should be made from phoenix feathers, right? Although Zhou Qingchuan had heard about the identity of the crown prince of Zhou state, he wasn't too respectful. Instead, he was very respectful to the excessively young and powerful magicians. Phoenix was a sacred beast of the sacred level. It was said that the phoenix had the power of immortality. Its feathers themselves were a kind of sacred magic beast. Its tears could heal all wounds. Its feathers could be immune to most magic. Of course, such a saying was actually exaggerating the mystical nature of the phoenix. However, it was an indisputable fact that the phoenix's feathers could resist ordinary magic attacks. After being reminded by Zhou Qingchuan, the surrounding spectators who hadn't left yet all looked at the magic cloaks of the 3 magicians. Sure enough, the magic cloaks made of an unknown material were flashing with the color of fiery red phoenix feathers. Only the students of the continent's magic elite camp were qualified to have a phoenix feather cloak. The magicians of the continent's magic elite camp wore magic robes mixed with phoenix feathers. However, for warriors, their armor was different. It was said that their armor was made of dragon scales. However, those were only legends. Ordinary soldiers had very little contact with the people of the continent's magic elite camp. Steward Shou is indeed as knowledgeable as the rumors say. We are students of the continent's magic elite camp. These 2 are my son's junior brother and junior sister. We came to Luoxia City by chance because of the need of the trial. Because our junior brother and junior sister have never participated in any auction, as their senior sister, I brought them here to broaden their horizons. The female student said naturally and naturally. Zhou Qingchuan's charm could be said to be attractive to both men and women, old and young. The 3 originally just wanted to broaden their horizons. Who would have thought that at the auction, they would see the magic potion that they were curious about, the moon god's praise. Among the 3, the slightly older female student was called Blue. She was a magic apothecary. After joining the magic elite camp, Blue had been devoted to researching how to change the constitution of a magic wastrel. However, she hadn't succeeded. Unfortunately, she didn't have many gold coins on her, so she let Chen Luoha snatch the magic potion at the last moment. She had been a genius since she was young and had never encountered any setbacks. However, she had failed at the auction today, so she couldn't help but feel a little unhappy. Who would have thought that the moment he stood up, he would be insulted by Chen Lianer for no reason? The anger in his heart could be imagined. That was why he had taught Chen Lianer a lesson. What Imperial Magic Academy? In front of this group of students from the Magic Elite Camp, it was simply too weak. Chen Lianer also knew she was in the wrong and couldn't say anything for a long time. Needless to say, the people from the Magic Elite Camp had come for the 7-leaf sage ginseng. It seemed that the fight for the ginseng would be even more exciting this time. Actually, this lady, you don't have to be so distressed. Wait a moment, I'll contact her personally and see if she's willing to meet with you. Zhou Qingchuan also saw Yunxing. The two's eyes met, and Yunxing nodded silently. Hearing this, Blue gladly agreed. As for the Crown Prince of Zhou State and his publicly humiliated Crown Princess, they naturally couldn't stand there any longer. The two of them hurriedly left. When Yunsheng, Yi Baiming, and Abandon arrived at the Wuji Auction House's reception hall, the 3 people from the Magic Elite Camp were already waiting there, drinking tea. At first glance, even the always cold Blue couldn't help but be dazed by Yi Baiming's appearance. What a cold man. Apart from when he was with Yunsheng, Yi Baiming was expressionless most of the time. However, it was this special expression that made people involuntarily attracted to him. But very quickly, Blue discovered that the magic apothecary that Steward Zhou was talking about wasn't the dazzling man, but the female magician standing beside him. The other party's appearance was very refined. She had a plain face, and the black eyes on her face carried some intelligence. You made the medicine. Blue still didn't quite believe it. If the medicine you're talking about is the moon god's praise, then it should be. Yunxing's attitude towards Blue surprised Zhou Qingchuan. It was as if she didn't fear the Magic Elite Camp at all. Blue liked Yunxing's attitude very much. She had a straightforward personality, and what she hated the most was other people's hypocrisy. Can you tell me the secret of making the medicine? Blue directly asked. If this was an ordinary magic apothecary, he would definitely be infuriated. She would definitely be very angry at Lan's rudeness, but Yunxing simply replied, actually, it's just a bottle of moonlight water. Moonlight water. This gave Zhou Qingchuan a big fright. As long as one was a magician, they would know what moonlight water was. Moonlight water was a kind of medicine that was mixed with moonlight grass in the temples and some medical halls of the continent. It couldn't even be considered a magic medicine. The effect of moonlight water was only to slowly change one's magic physique, not to mention letting a magic waste be reborn. His everlasting Chamber of Commerce had always been honest with both the old and the young. If Yunxing sold him a bottle of moonlight water, and he sold it for a sky-high price of 100,000 gold coins, then if the customer tested it and found it was just a bottle of moonlight water, the consequences could be imagined. Impossible, that's not moonlight water. I'm a magic apothecary. I can be sure that the magma-like magic water must be a high-grade magic medicine. Blue thought that Yunxing was hiding it from her and secretly blamed Yunxing for not being honest. Hearing this, Zhou Qingchuan breathed a sigh of relief. It's moonlight water, but it's made from magic medicine. The magic elements used to make this moonlight water are water and fire. Yunxing pointed at Abandon. If you still don't believe me, you can ask the magician next to me. He was there at the time when I successfully made it. Abandon didn't say anything and just nodded. Water and fire elements, weren't those 2 elements mutually exclusive? Someone actually used 2 elements that could explode at any time to make a new type of magic medicine. This female magician isn't crazy, is she? The possible consequences of conflicting magic elements acting together made the 3 elite magic camp students unconsciously shiver. The way they looked at Yunxing instantly changed. If it's really like what you said, then I'm afraid that the people who can make this medicine are very limited. Blue regretfully said. She originally thought that she could comprehend this new magic medicine. But after hearing Yunxing's words, she knew that it was impossible. This kind of alchemy method was too dangerous. She was afraid that regular magicians, including her magic mentor, wouldn't allow this kind of alchemy. In any case, I'm very happy to meet you, a bold magician. My name is Blue, a student of the mainland's elite magic camp. Blue extended a friendly hand to Yunxing. Hello, my name is Yunxing. My current identity is Zhou State's Wuxuan Everlasting School exchange student. Yunxing also had a good impression of this outspoken elite magician. The two people stretched out their hands at the same time and the two pairs of hands tightly clasped together. Chapter 249. Wuxuan Limitless School. When the few elite mage students of the mainland heard Yunxing's self-introduction, their first reaction was to find it funny. A mage actually said that she was from Wuxuan Limitless School. However, Lan smiled. She looked at Yunxing's hand. When the two of them clasped hands together, Lan suddenly exerted force. When the two of them clasped hands together, Yunxing felt a powerful magic coming from Lan's palm. Was she trying to sound him out? It turned out that Lan was a very competitive person. Although she heard Yunxing talk about the method of refining the praise of the moon god, she couldn't try it. In her heart, she couldn't help but have an impulse to compete with Yunxing. Yunxing saw that Lan wanted to compete with her. If she withdrew her hand now, she could still retreat unscathed. However, Yunxing wasn't the kind of person who would admit defeat. These people from the mainland's elite mage camp were still very proud in their bones. Anyway, when the time came, she would definitely compete with these people in the Sunset Wetland. She was now an archmage. She wanted to see how big the gap was between an archmage and a sacred mage. Seeing that Yunxing didn't withdraw her hand and instead used her magic soul, Lan's eyes revealed a look of excitement. As for the other few mage students, they had a contemptuous look on their faces. They were really overestimating themselves. Sister Lan's strength, even in the mainland's elite mage camp, was ranked in the top 20. She specialized in water magic and could now skillfully use all kinds of yellow magic. A bone-chilling magic power followed Yunxing's hand and drilled into it. Yunxing naturally wouldn't use all of her 5 elemental magic soul's magic power. Considering Lan's magic attribute, Yunxing chose the fire elemental magic soul as her opponent. As soon as that ice-cold magic power entered Yunxing's body, a layer of blue ice crystals immediately formed on Yunxing's body. Looking at the situation, Abandon couldn't help but step forward. After all, in terms of true strength, Yunxing was only an archmage. Compared to Lan, who was a sacred magus, she was much inferior. There was a huge difference between the magic realms. Do you think I'll admit defeat just because of this? Yunxing sneered in her heart. Azura seemed to know that Yunxing was just an archmage and was about to withdraw her magic. But at this moment, the frozen Yunxing suddenly took out her magic scepter. She spun it rapidly, and the 2 magic soul stones on her scepter lit up at the same time. The ice on Yunxing's body immediately melted as her mana was much weaker than Lan's. This is... Azura narrowed her eyes as she looked at the magic scepter in Yunxing's hand. Even with her eyesight, she couldn't tell what kind of magical beast's bone Yunxing's magic scepter was made from. However, she recognized the 2 magic soul stones on Yunxing's magic scepter. The first one was a 100-year-old mutated magical beast's soul stone. The second one. What was even more shocking was that it was actually a demon soul stone. Such a combination of magic soul stones was rare even in the continent's magic elite camp. Even Azura, who was known as one of the genius students, only had 100-year-old magic soul stone on her magic scepter. It seems that you have a multi-elemental magic soul. You're using them all at once. Azura stopped looking down on Yunsheng. How could a sorcerer who could create the tribute of the moon god be an ordinary person? She didn't expect to meet such an expert in Luoxia City this time. Not only was Azura not disappointed, but she was also happy. She met her match. Moreover, it was an opponent who was younger and had a lower magic realm than her. Then you have to be careful. Yunsheng smiled faintly. She slowly activated her earth elemental magic soul. As the saying goes, counter soldiers with arms and water with an earth weir. Since her fire elemental magic soul wasn't enough, she might as well try using her earth elemental magic soul. Azura's talent was indeed not bad. But in terms of age and experience, she was still slightly inferior to Yunsheng, who had lived 2 lives. Yunsheng used the calm mind that she had trained as a doctor to slowly circulate the power of the Dharma soul in her body. Azura immediately felt that her water elemental magic power was unable to invade Yunsheng's body as quickly as before, as if it had hit a wall. Her opponent's dual elemental magic soul was actually so powerful. Very quickly, Azura discovered that Yunsheng was different. She was still able to calmly make decisions in the face of a situation that wasn't favorable to her. Moreover, her opponent was just an ordinary great magician who was 2 levels lower than her own magic realm. According to common sense, in a battle of soul power, it was already not easy for her opponent to hold on for 15 minutes. But not only did her magic power not weaken, when she activated her dual elemental magic soul, her magic power was as if it didn't weaken at all. If the magic power in Azura's body was like an endless river, then the magic power in Yunsheng's body was like a gurgling stream. Although she didn't have enough strength, she was full of stamina as if it would never weaken. Earth elemental magic power came wave after wave, mixed with fire elemental magic power from time to time. At this moment, Azura felt as if she was about to combust. She couldn't help but grab her magic scepter, only to hear the 2 magic soul stones on her scepter light up. Sister Lan actually wanted to use the power of her magic scepter to compete with an ordinary magic student. The 2 elite students from the continent couldn't help but be dumbfounded. It seemed like Sister Lan was serious. When Azura revealed her magic scepter, Yunsheng also felt the magic elements in Azura's body suddenly change. Although it was still water elemental magic, Yunsheng felt that the magic elements had changed in an instant. A sense of coldness hit her in the face. This was because after comprehending water elemental magic, she also comprehended ice elemental magic. As Azura's magic power invaded again, Yunsheng's face turned pale from the cold. A layer of white frost condensed on her lips, hair, and eyebrows. Her teeth also couldn't withstand the cold and were chattering. Abandoned couldn't help but want to go forward. Who knew that he was stopped by Yi Baiming? Don't go forward rashly, little wild cat hasn't shown her true ability yet. Yi Baiming was full of confidence in Yunsheng. He looked at Yunsheng. He could see that Yunsheng was still hiding her 5 elemental magic soul. The 5 elemental magic soul was their biggest secret, they didn't want to expose it in front of outsiders. At this moment, Yunsheng was also thinking hard whether she should use the power of her magic soul. If she didn't use the power of her magic soul, how could she defeat Azura? Ice elemental magic, right? Although Yunsheng didn't comprehend advanced magic like Azura and couldn't comprehend secondary magic, but she had dream cloud ice slumber. Yunsheng seemed to have thought of something all of a sudden. She closed her eyes and chanted the cloud dream ice sleep spell in her heart. When Yunsheng opened her eyes again, they were already clear. But almost at the same time, Azura's face showed an almost panicked expression. She looked at Yunsheng in disbelief, because she felt that just a moment ago, the ice elemental magic in her body was actually, **** thank you, Qing Kuang, Lan Lan, and pudding for the tips. It's Monday, Kong Meng, you annoying little fairies, you're the best. ***. You're tuning into the LoveLore Library YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.